Good morning, everyone. We are live and alive. It is March 26, 2026. 8:37 a.m. And we are, of course, playing some more Mahoyo this morning. We're going to be going through chapters 3 through 5. I have been informed that there is a chapter like 5B. And so we may or may not get to that, depending on how long it's going to be. But I know that just chapters 3 to 5 is going to be a little multi-hour adventure, and so we'll see where we're at and how long we've been streaming until then. But we might leave chapter 5B for the beginning of next stream. Perfect timing. Just finished the visual novel like 30 minutes ago. Hell yeah, yeah. I'm excited to continue the Mahoyo adventure. It's been pretty damn good so far. My first impressions of it, after experiencing the prologue chapters 1, 1.5, and 2 last stream, were pretty damn good, but I had a high expectations going into it, and they have been met so far. You haven't done 5B yet? Oh boy. All right, well, we may or may not get to it. We'll see. But yeah, if you haven't seen my experience with chapters 1, 1.5, and 2, and the prologue, that is the last stream, and the VOD, if you're a VOD watcher, it should already be up on YouTube, but it should be going live today, actually, scheduling it on my channel, the 26th of March, 2026. The VOD should be scheduled to go live later today. But yeah, without further ado, let's hop into it. So where we left off was Soujuurou was working, and he had told the vice president, forgot his name, the student body vice president at the school he attends in private, about a murder that he had witnessed on the night before, or whenever. We didn't get to see him experience it, but he told the story about witnessing a murder, basically. And he wasn't sure if that was like a normal thing that just happened in the city, or he didn't know what to make of it. And so when he told the vice president was like, no, that was a hallucination. Like, you're sleep deprived, you're working too many jobs, you're going to school at the same time, you're just sleep deprived, you hallucinated it. And so he was like, all right, well, you say it's a hallucination, but I know what I saw. And so he goes to work that day, and his boss tells him, because he works at like this casino, his boss tells him someone on the 3rd or 4th story of that casino must be cheating because they're winning the slots or whatever gambling game they were playing over and over and over and over and over again. And they're like, he must be cheating, or whoever it is must be cheating. Go check on them for me. They're like, you have a 6th sense for these sort of things. And Soujuurou's like, okay, goes up there, and I immediately recognize the sprite just because I've seen other Fate works with them in it, but it was Aoko Aozaki, which is Aoko's older sister. She's there winning the slots over and over again, and Soujuurou, without even getting a full picture of her facial expression or whatever she was doing, she just glances in his direction, and he immediately feels a shiver go down his spine, and he bolts away because he understood in that second that was who had murdered the person the following night. And so he sprints away, and that's where we left off. That was the end of chapter 2. And so yeah, without further ado, let's continue from where we left off, which should be the beginning of chapter 3. You love Soujuurou, he's so funny. He is a goober. All right, what's up, UA? All right, so next episode. Okay, this should be chapter 3, the beginning of chapter 3. Chapter 3, Nights. Let me tell you how the events of yesterday transpired. On moonless nights, you must never look back. Was it a lesson, or was it a warning? It was so very long ago. At the time, I could not have imagined what my very being would become. One night, it came without warning. I was filled with anxiety, so heightened that it made me want to burst into tears. So I fled my grandfather's workshop. Okay, so this must be Aoko. Well, unless the person at the beginning wasn't Aoko. Unlike my grandfather, I knew, he smiled and kindly placed his hand upon my head. But this is the person that was, talked about in the prologue with the cat, right? Yes, the Red Death follows your every step. Rather than consoling me, he sent me home with only those haunting words. And I'm assuming that's Little Red Riding Hood. The Red Death follows your every step. That night, I was certain that I sensed a shadow lurking behind me. Something or someone watching me from afar. Then, little by little, year by year, it drew closer. Eventually, the presence that once felt like a spot on the horizon grew so close that I could feel its breath down the base of my neck. Of course, it was all in my mind. When I turned around, nobody would ever be there. But that night marked the beginning. In hindsight, I later understood that the indescribable anxiety I felt was the dread of certain death.
Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon, the little dog laughed.
How much time has passed since that night? It lingered deep in the recesses of my mind where childhood memories are kept. A faded, storybook-esque memory. On dark nights, I still hear the faint echo of my grandfather's words. But no matter how strong the wind may howl, or how entrancing the song of the girl next to me, I could never bury his ominous words completely.
ご到着ね.
The girl beside me said. Alice's inflictionless voice spoke volumes of her role as the bystander. That night, it was only me and her. It was the night I would mark as the birth of who I am today. For what should have been quite the memorable night, it sure wasn't a promising start. Dense clouds blocked the starlight above like a black umbrella. Strong wind tore through the sky, carrying the heavy clouds with it. The hands on the clock in the middle of the park pointed skyward, as if reaching for the moon. Unfortunately for them, tonight, there was no moon to point at. The winter air grew fiercer as the night wore on. Inhaling felt as though it would freeze me from the inside. The air chilled me to the bone, threatening to pass up my spine directly into my brain, to prevent my mind from being paralyzed, and to prevent my fingertips from becoming stone. I sparked a fire using my internal rhythm and emotion.
触覚を譲るわ。幸運ね。あの位置なら刻んでおいたウィスプが止まる。
Okay, and so they're at the park now. Last stream, in one of the chapters, Alice had mentioned that she was going to have to undergo some kind of trial at the park or something like that, and when Alice had went herself, she said that Aoko wasn't ready for it, or she was worried that Aoko wasn't going to be ready for it, and so I'm assuming this is now the present in their, or this is the previous night, as she started off the chapter with, but this is that trial, I'm assuming. And I the way Soujuurou kind of talked about how the murder was a mage, or he called them magicians specifically, so I wonder if him and the little village up in the mountain had run-ins with mages before, because he specifically said, do you guys have magicians in the city? And he swore that he saw a magician murder someone, and so I wonder if that's what this was. And similar to how in Fate Stay Night, Emiya kind of just sees a couple servants fighting. If that's kind of what happened, he was kind of someone just on the sidelines taking a walk and witnessed this at the park, perhaps. I respond to Alice with a nod, and then, for just a moment, I saw the ground. My legs quivered ever so faintly. I told myself they were shaking from the cold, but I wasn't so sure. In reality, they may not have been numbed by the cold, but by fear. I breathe a sigh of relief. My humanity must still be intact if my emotions are still present. Before I could sink into a pool of my own sentimentality, the sensations from the bounded field flowed from Alice and into me. A transparent wall covered the entire park, an unrecognizable carpet rooted deep under the earth. Alice Kuonji's chants of the Mother Goose fairy tales permeated the night. The sensations became one with my body. I felt goosebumps on my quivering right arm. Someone had trespassed. The goosebumps crept up my right arm like ants, and slowly but surely made inroads for my heart. Holding back the desire to drive them out, I waited for them to reach a certain definitive position. A moonless night. The park's quaint streetlights were not enough to lift the darkness. The ants came to a stop. Far, far from my right arm, they had reached my very heart. Even without the aid of the sense of sight, I could see the intruder lurking in the darkness. The starboard in the bushes, about 30 steps back on all fours, it was beckoning with its right hand.
Soko!
The enemy's movement and my perception of it were in lockstep. I spun around. The enemy's arm stretched out like a spear. This lethal weapon aimed at the back of my head, brushed my hair at breakneck speed. With the omniscient awareness granted by Alice's ward, I managed to avoid it by the skin of my teeth. My hair fanned through the air from the violence of the attack. The strike grazed my cheek, and I felt a small, sharp pain. It felt like the kiss of death. I switched the flow from my body to a different cycle. I switched the flow of my body's blood to a different cycle. The blood running through my veins at a few feet per second transmuted into an imaginary element. My body became a single circuit, and my heart transformed into a completely different engine. Within me stirred an unknowable motion of immeasurable heat. Something mystic, yet untapped by humankind, that made me who I am. It was the fire of life behind all miracles and fables. What we mages called magical energy.
Set.
Set connecting. I turned around, set the enemy in my sights, and held up one hand. My arm was the agent of my will. My lack of experience meant my magecraft would only be possible with the use of vocalizations and gestures. Magical formula were engraved all over the park. All I had to do was ignite them. I needed to direct the flow of the magical energy within my blood to each formula. Typically, a mage acts as a conduit. Whether wired or wireless, the mage simply pours magical energy into the formula, releasing this energy in the form of a projectile, stream, or any number of other methods would usually suffice, but in my case, it was the feeling of my limbs whipping out.
Moera!
I fought speed with speed. The enemy's arm, extended 10 feet forward, became engulfed in flames. It was nighttime at the park, the scene reminiscent of a campfire, but one in which the center of the flames contained a humanoid figure wriggling like a shadow puppet. The flame subsided, just as unnaturally as it had ignited. No crackling, no burning smell.
結界返すわ。死体を確認するから。
What's up, Kiko? After telling this to Alice, I headed towards the motionless figure. I killed it. I killed it. I killed it. Regardless of who my opponent was, I just took someone's life. My throat parched. I swallowed the truth that without the sense of reality, I would have been helpless. So hard and bitter, impossible to swallow, but I tried to anyway. I was unnervingly calm. My heart pounded and my breath felt heavy, but my mind was nonetheless calm. By the time I realized it, the charred remains were already in front of me. Bracing for a counterattack, I carefully examined the corpse. Everything seemed fine. This body lying slump on the ground was nothing but ash.
Huh?
But something wasn't right. To begin with, its remains didn't smell organic. Not willing to believe my hunch, I took a closer look at the corpse's face. All that greeted me was the featureless white face of a mannequin. Screaming, I kicked the mannequin. The corpse crumbled to ash and disappeared with the wind. No, this was no corpse. This was just a puppet. And for all of our efforts to lure the master out, we had once again been tricked by a familiar. My debut, my first test out in the open, would be postponed for another day.
いつになったら一人前にって。あれ?
At that moment, I suddenly noticed something familiar in the corner of my eye. Something seemed strange about the side of the other end of the park. It appeared as though it was a shadow there, and it was larger than it should be. Was I still drunk on the high of battle? It took me a second to realize what it was. Who's there? Calling out was a mistake. Startled by my voice, the figure wearing a familiar high school uniform took a step back, and then it broke into a sprint, like someone running for their life. Or should I say, he was doing exactly that. In a rush, I shouted to my partner, but she hadn't even noticed the third party's presence in the first place. Though it wasn't as if I could move by myself, embarrassingly, the fight had taken more out of me than I would have liked. There was no time for niceties. For us, being seen here was a matter of life and death. Shaking off the numbness in my legs, I made for the park's exit. I had to admire his escape. The witness party to the entire night's proceedings had disappeared into the darkness of the residential district without a trace. Complaining to myself wouldn't bring back the figure in uniform. Bitter at my own incompetence, I gave up the chase. Though temporary, the park had become Alice's woods. For anyone within a few feet of the park, other park goers' identifiable features and voices became murky, like the stuff of fairy tales. Tonight's proceedings may have had a witness, but if our identities were still hidden, then this was still a chance. I returned to the park. That uniform was, without a doubt, from my high school. That was clue enough. If he was a schoolmate of mine, I had plenty of methods to flush him out. Yeah, this is actually just Rin and Shiro. Wait a second. Amidst my grumbling, I set my priorities straight. Before some strange rumors spread, I needed to seal the witness's mouth shut. That was the highest priority, quickly and without mercy. Looking up, I saw Alice's previously distant figure. Though she was in as much trouble as I was with her existence as a mage also exposed, she had but one thing to say. Her statue-like figure staring into the darkness seemed more expressionless than calm. I was pissed off. Her inscrutable voice resembled the moonless night so much it made me angry. Wait, that was all of chapter 3? What? This night, chapter 3. Okay. That's hella short. Blues in her name. There's no more point chapters, is there? Chapter 3. Chapter 2. Nope. Alright, next episode. Chapter 4, Blues in Her Name. There's not another 0.5 chapter till 8? Holy moly. Alright, Chapter 4, Blues in Her Name. There really isn't any other way of saying this. I am a magician. Kind of like those witches in fairy tales who live alone in the woods and perform miracles with the wave of a finger. While the popular depiction of it differs from reality, it's closer to the truth than you know. Though just so we're clear, no, I don't fly through the sky on a broom. I cannot transform into animals or speak with small birds. Modern mages are nothing so fanciful. Our existence sounds unbelievable, but we're quite grounded. Though it may not seem like we can do anything, we're actually majorly constrained. And while I still have a lot to learn about it, this is my real job. Sounds a lot more romantic than being a high school student, right? Naturally, this is a secret I don't just share with anyone. A mage must do everything in their power to conceal their work. That is the first and most important of the association's 10 laws. Not that I'm tempted to let the cat out of the bag in the least. My secret identity as an honor student is intact, and absolutely no good would come from me revealing my true nature. If anything, it'd only lead to more headaches. That's why I do everything in my power to keep it a secret. Of course, if I had accomplished anything as a magician by now, then maybe I'd see it differently. I've fantasized about revealing my secret life's work to a single, special person when I finally make something of myself. Yeah, it'd be pretty stellar just to confess one day, by the way, I'm a magician. That idea alone is enough to keep me from spoiling the big reveal, regardless of the association's rules. My grandfather patted me on the head when I shared these thoughts with him. I don't know if that was praise or what, but I remember that his touch was very gentle. I first learned that I would be succeeding my grandfather on the day I graduated middle school. When I returned home, there he was. Your elder sister left on a journey. From this day forth, you are the heir to the Aozaki. He said it in such a matter-of-fact way. I knew that the Aozaki family passed down this old tradition of magecraft, but to be honest, I never imagined I would be the one to wield it. Magecraft is supposed to be passed down to a single child. It was my sister's role to take the mantle, and I had no interest in dedicating myself to so many rules and routines. I planned to live a normal life. I had hopes and dreams for the future. I felt bad for my sister, but I was determined to live my life my way. And while I managed to do just that for some time, I was blindsided by a vicious counterpunch. Since then, I've been thrust headlong into a world I had only observed from afar. It was a hell of a way to start high school, but I suppose it wasn't all that bad, all things considered. A lot has happened since then. I was so dazed by this newfound life that a year of high school motored right by. I was so dazed by this newfound life that a year of school motored right by. I was a second year before I knew it. Thankfully, nothing drastic has happened. The 6 months my roommate and I totally tried to kill each other was notwithstanding. As it happens, I've got a natural talent at this magic stuff, so I've yet to have any hang-ups there either. I'm only human, so I've had my fair share of headaches for sure, but never once did I worry about my future. I thought my life would be smooth sailing all the way. If only everything had gone to plan last night.
どう？
Also started Mahoyo today because the collab is coming. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's really good so far. Alice Kuonji asked Aoko Aozaki the second she entered the house. Her dark eyes succeeded where her voice failed to communicate the gravity of the situation. Aoko took off her unflattering coat, hung it on the hanger, and sat down on the sofa. Alice sat across from her, with a table separating them.
そっちは？
よくないわね。偵察に行けるのは7個くらい。ここのところ使ってばかりで、作り置きをする余裕もなかったし。
Alice's gaze drifted from Aoko to the box on the table.
あの夜、街を監視していた奴はいないの？街の偵察は完璧なんでしょ？そいつら。
それは昼間の話よ。夜間飛行は危険が多いわ。
Meaning they were of the least use when needed the most, Aoko sighed.
そういうあなたは？朝は随分と強気だったけど。
ん？ああ、こっちは予定通りよ。明日までには絞り込めると思う。今朝、飛び丸にうちの生徒の自宅と行動時間を調べさせたから。あの時間に公園をうろつく奴は滅多にいないし、簡単に割り出せる。
そう簡単に行くの？
行くわよ。伊達に生徒会に勤めてないわ。その程度のデータは揃えてある。月1のバイト先はおろか、親しい友人宅との移動時間、その優先順位まで調べ上げてるんだから。人には見せたくなかったリストだけど、そんな余裕ないでしょ？だから、そういうのが向いてる副会長にやらせたの。
Incidentally, the creation of this secret file started the moment Aoko became student council president. The mere rumor of its existence was enough to strike fear into the entire student body.
そう。徹底しているわね。相変わらず。
Alice was only mildly surprised. It had been almost 2 years since they started living together. She knew as well as anyone that when Aoko put her mind to something, she saw it through to the end.
ま、私もあれがこんな風に役立つとは思ってもみなかったけど。ほんと、備えあれば憂いなしとはこのことね。
But what happened last night was far beyond a mere exception to the rule. This predicament should not have even been possible.
それより、原因は分かったの？結界の結びに不手際があったなんてのは聞かないわよ。
Aoko glared at her. The ward was Alice's responsibility. If it was to blame for last night's trouble, Alice had to own up to her fair share. Alice and Aoko may have been roommates and partners, but it was a relationship of convenience. While lineage had brought them together, they were more like enemies than allies. Ultimately, they were just not a match. Where there was a blunder, it was punished. Where there was an opening, it would be attacked. If there was an opportunity, the two of them would kill each other in the event of such moment. Alice locked eyes with Aoko. Aoko's fierce gaze could make a grown man cower in fear, but Alice did not bat an eyelash.
仮の話だけど、あの結界に落ち度があったのなら、今まで何度もこういう状況になっていたでしょうね。
I suppose you're right, Aoko agreed, as this question reaffirmed her trust in Alice.
結界のあり方は完璧だったのね。
絶対とまでは断言はできないけど。
Alice answered as flatly as ever. A bounded field is like a sanctuary sealed away from the real world. Steps are taken whereby a certain area is cut off from the outside world. There are various kinds of bounded fields. There are physical ones that close off an area behind a wall, and less tangible ones that use mirrors, mist, or trees to conceal that which occurs within. However, when closing off an area to the outside world, you cannot avoid communicating the abnormality's existence. In other words, the area may be closed off to the outside world, but it is impossible to hide the fact that it is closed off. In time, someone will take interest in the sealed off area, even if they cannot see what is going on inside. Some might say this is putting the cart before the horse. The ideal field would be one that was both undetectable and impervious to interference from the outside. That was exactly the kind Alice had generated in the park that night before.
その場所に用があっても、今はないように思わせれば、誰もそこには立ち入らない。隠したい場所の周りに、一時的な意識の改ざんを促す結界を張る。手間はかかるんだけど、1時間程度の人よけには信頼性は高い結界よね。アリスの鏡を使った一級品だし、途中で破れることもない。事実、 入ってきたのはあの人形だけだとはっきり感じられた。これで完璧じゃなかったら何が完璧なのよ。
私もわからない。森作りに落ち度はなかったわ。森は数日かけて栽培したものだし、今まで通り信頼できる結界よ。けど例外があったのなら、どこかで見落としがあったのね。
Though Alice's words conceded the possibility, her eyes expressed her confidence that she had overlooked nothing.
参った。こうなると、一番いいのは、あいつが人形使いだってパターンね。それならかろうじて納得できる。相手が魔術師なら、結界の侵入ぐらいできるでしょうし。
A mage would probably be able to penetrate it, huh? Something weird with that boy.
問題は、侵入した時の違和感をどうやって消したかってことだけど。
The thought of being targeted by this individual was pretty terrifying. If they were able to penetrate Alice's field, it could only mean that their skill in magecraft was superior to Alice's. Alice, in her current state, would be completely helpless against such a foe.
その線はないわ。彼は部外者よ。ムクドリはともかく、ロビンが後をたどれなかったもの。魔力の気配は全くなし。誰かの魔術で操られている犠牲者というのもないわね。
Aoko was quickly running out of straws to grasp at, and that meant she was out of questions to ask. All she could do was call it bad luck and leave it at that.
魔術師の秘密を見られて、おまけに目撃者を逃がしたか。
She groaned on the sofa as she leaned back. Her gaze went straight to the brown ceiling with a sigh. It wasn't much of a view. She was becoming increasingly depressed.
青子、覚悟を決めておいて。
Her roommate's voice seemed indifferent, but Aoko just kept staring at the wooden ceiling.
それとも、あなたにできないのなら、私が言ってあげてもいいけど。
The cool-mannered girl's statement carried an equally icy implication. Aoko took the words in slowly, with as much sincerity as she could muster. It was like trying to swallow molten lead.
そうだ。覚悟なんて、もう決めたでしょ。
The thought sounded hollow, even as it popped into her head. This was clearly different from last time. While the aim was indeed the same, the circumstances surrounding her target were clearly different. She may have been determined before, but that was as a mage. If enemies emerged, she would kill them. If she was challenged, she would step up to the fight. It was a fight between two mages and her opponent was in the wrong. Even if this could only end in death for one of them, it was an outcome both parties could accept. Kill or be killed. Morality had no weight on this scale. But this time was different. Her opponent was neither enemy nor mage. Even if she was prepared to kill them, this person was likely not ready to die. That was why morality did factor into it now. Was she truly up to the task of murdering an innocent person? Could she swallow the fact that this was a common occurrence for a mage? She snorted sardonically. Being a mage did not mean that Aoko was some kind of monk who could cut ties with the real world on a whim. If there was one thing Aoko hated, it was doing things without conviction or an understanding of exactly why she was doing them. When she acted, she preferred to act decisively.
やるしかないだろうね。
As she said it, she got up from the sofa, having had her fill of the ceiling for one day. Aoko had returned to the Aoko of always, and Alice was done probing her.
じゃあ、これ。
As if to reward her, Alice produced a small bottle. It fit neatly in the palm of her hand. The bottle looked completely out of place in her slender fingers. The glass was cloudy, and it appeared empty. Some shreds of paper remained on the front where there was once a label.
何よそれ。
Aoko stared at the bottle suspiciously.
収納の小瓶。ちょうど一つ余ってたからあげるわ。
はい？
名前は忘れたけど、中国の小説に出てきたのと同じよ。
Aoko was miraculously able to parse what Alice meant.
それってレンゲ堂の兄弟の話？じゃああの赤いひょうたんと同じなわけ？言いたくないけど、そこら辺の風邪薬のラベルを無理やり剥がして小瓶に見せかけてるそれが？
Alice looked at the bottle and acknowledged how ordinary it looked. She also understood that she would not be the one using it as she set it on the table.
赤いひょうたんじゃなくて、陽子玉の上瓶の方。
そういう問題じゃない。私は魔術師としての雰囲気を論じてるんだ。
些細なことを気にするのね。せいろがんの瓶じゃないだけいいと思うけど。
She made a good point.
蓋を開けて相手の名前を尋ねればいいから。ただし相手に抵抗する意志が残っている場合、小瓶は割れるから気をつけて。
Aoko raised her eyebrows.
ちょっと待った。抵抗する意志があるとダメって、眠っている時にやれってこと？
それは試したことがなかったわ。眠っているのに返事をする人っているの？
たまにいるけど。まあ確かに珍しいわね、そういう人。
In that case, one would have to weaken them until they were about to pass
あ
out.
そうそう。薬や魔術がかかっていると、その重さでも割れるから気をつけて。
使えない。それってほとんど役立たずってことじゃない。
それは青子次第ね。
Alice turned away as she replied, as if the topic no longer mattered to her.
はあ、アリスがこういう小道具好きなのは知ってたけどね。これも趣味なわけ
Aoko asked, hoping Alice would deny it.
多分。
お。
それでどうするの？
Without answering, Aoko dithered a bit before taking the bottle and putting it in her pocket. She figured she might be able to find some use for it. Wait, so what does it do exactly? They say you utter the person's name into the bottle? Or you ask for a person's name? Two hours had passed and the clock struck 9. Their conversation had moved from the drawing room to the sunroom and had manifested into the kind of scene one would expect in such a mansion.
まあ本当はね、飛び丸に任せる気はなかったんだけど。
A hot earthenware pot sat on the table. Aoko spat out complaints to no one in particular as she plucked food from it with her chopsticks. Tonight, they were eating a traditional Japanese meal that looked out of place in this mansion. When it came to the kind of Japanese hot pot where all one had to do was buy and boil ingredients, it was usually Aoko's responsibility. Alice sat across from Aoko, and she silently poked at the pot with a fork.
山城のやつが来るなり、しずきくんはまだ部活に入っていないから面倒見てあげてくれないかな、なんて言ってくるもんだからさ。全校生徒の行動範囲なんて見直す気力なくなっちゃったのよ。
The egg she had plucked was still as silky as a baby's bottom. She had returned it to the pot. She settled for the shirataki noodles instead. Oh.
そりゃ、あのバカがバイトで忙しいのは知ってるわよ。
You see, Alice was going for it. She fucking snagged it. You can see her face in the reflection. That was good.
だからできるだけ春先までのんびりしてて、あんなのでも親身になってくれそうな部の部長に当たってみたのに、ありがとうの一つもないってのはちょっと尺に触るわよね。ねえ、聞いてるアリス。
As if her mouth was full, she simply nodded in a response. Her expression stated that she had no interest nor opinion on the matter, but she at least appeared to be listening. Satisfied, Aoko nibbled on some hanpin fish cake.
それに私、いい人なんて言われるやつは信用できないのよ。あろうことか、飛び丸までそんなこと口走る始末だし。あれはいい人なんじゃなくて、ただぼんやりしてるだけなんだっての。だいたい、あそこまで言われて怒りもしないなんてどうかしてるわ。
Her thoughts went to what had happened in the student council room earlier that day. She remembered how non-responsive Soujuurou had been in her words. Okay, the timeline's a little weird because, like, we're getting things in bits and pieces, but now it kind of makes sense. So this is the night of the student council room that happened last stream, but the issue with the person getting away from the mage was the night before that. And so we're getting the night before the student council room, which was chapter 3, and then this is the night afterwards. Got it. His unconcerned face alone was enough for her to swallow up the rest her handpin without chewing it.
何が分かってるんだなよ。
His words were a lot like those that ended her childhood.
青子ちゃんは分かっているんだね。それでも自分であり続けられるということはとても強いことなんだよ。
Perhaps it was meant as a compliment, but she took it as a patronizing way to pity her. Because the person who said it acted like she was looking at a wounded animal.
ま、あんな変態の言ってたことなんて今更どうでもいいけどさ。
That episode might have made her the most confused she has ever been in her life. Yet, what shocked a young Aoko the most was the look of pity on the face of the person she admired the most. I'm trying to remember how that conversation went down. I'm fucking confused. The abrupt comment stopped her in her tracks.
ごめん、聞いてなかった。喧嘩って、あの喧嘩？
Alice nodded.
あなたの感想だけじゃ状況はよくつかめないけど。つまり、青子はその人に喧嘩を売りたかったのね。
Alice bit into the very last handpin. Her remark was unexpected but completely on point.
なんでそうなるのよ。私はあんなのと1秒だって関わりたくないだけだってば。だいたいそれどころじゃないし、興味とか全くないし、会話もこれ以上ないってぐらい簡潔に切り上げたし。
なら、どうして今そんな話をするの？
え？それは、あんたに今日の調査過程を知らせてあげたのよ。それ以外何があるっていうの
？What other reason could Alice be suggesting Aoko had for bringing it up? It would be several hours later, in bed, that Aoko realized that she had dug her own grave.
いいけど、私は別に。ただ、青子は本当にその人が嫌いなの？
Alice ate her hot pot in silence as if she was honoring some sort of sacred ritual. Her face was as indifferent as always, but she was secretly enjoying how flustered Aoko was. Aoko remained oblivious to this. Normally she would have noticed immediately, but she was not quite herself at this moment.
本当にって、そりゃそうよ。気に食わないって何度も言ってるじゃない。
そう。具体的には？
は？具体的にはって、そんなのに理由なんて。
She trailed off as she finally realized how disagreeable she was being. She could come up with no reason why. Her instincts had told her that she was incompatible with that hick. But why such a strong reaction? More than anything in this world, Aoko hated emotions without reason and decisions made with no rationale.
嫌いなものは嫌いなんだから、ちゃんとどっかに理由があるんだと思うけど。
Oh, this gif is a chopstick. I always thought it was a pocky stick, man. We have that as an emote, the Aoko think. I always thought that was a pocky stick. Think, Aoko, think! I just don't like him. I'm sure there's a good reason for it. Think, Aoko, think. She became more flustered the more she talked. Unfortunately for her, she could not come up with a coherent reason to hate Soujuurou Shizuki. It was not his fault that he had zero common sense. It was the fault of the environment that he grew up in. In fact, it was admirable that he was trying so hard to adapt to the civilized society. As clueless as he might seem, he was not a complete waste of space. If he seemed a bit slow, it was only because of his gentle nature that compelled him to think before acting. When one looked at everything objectively, the conclusion was obvious. As much as she was loath to admit, he really was unamusing, an unamusing do-gooder everyone had him pegged as.
ちょっと本気かっての。人間的に悪いところ、本当にみじんもないのか？あれ。
There was plenty, so she left it at that for now. The chopsticks she had been using came to a stop. She was getting very annoyed. An irrational hatred burned through her head. Unable to come to terms with her feelings, she desperately tried to analyze Soujuurou, but her mind went into more circles. Alice fixed Aoko with a deadpan stare.
呆れた。
A small sigh.
らしくないわね、青子。
Those words were the final blow. Aoko felt the floor fall out from under her. I love how Alice knows exactly what she's doing too, and I love that. It's pretty funny. She was unable to leave her chair until long after Alice had finished eating and left. Max should start eating with chopsticks. I can. I've known how to use chopsticks since I was a kid. I usually only use them when I like go out and actually eat Eastern food. But, and I don't know why, because, like, none of my siblings can use chopsticks. Like, it's only a me thing. But I remember my dad taking me out to, like, Chinese restaurants as a kid, and I somehow picked it up from there, and I've just never forgot. It's been, like, muscle memory ever since I was a kid, but none of my siblings, like, know how to use them, and they went to the same Chinese restaurants I did as a kid, so I don't know. It was just a thing I picked up. Aoko and Alice have the perfect vibe of people who have been roommates for years and know exactly how to piss each other off. Yes, for sure. However, even after getting knocked down, Aoko Aozaki was not one to be kept that way. She made short work of clearing up after dinner, and after conceding the first bath of the night to Alice, left the drawing room. Since it was customary in these sorts of mansions to turn the lights off when leaving an empty room, the only lit areas of the house were the drawing room and the two girls' bedrooms. The upstairs was enveloped in darkness. Aoko briskly made her way to the deepest part of the east wing along the long corridor, illuminated only by the light of the moon, and arrived at her room.
結論として、やっぱり、騙し討ちは気に食わない。
She had been considering this on the way down the corridor, or perhaps ever since she left the drawing room. The moment she entered her room, she drew her proverbial line in the sand.
やるにしても隠れるのはなし。正面から堂々と向かい合って理由を言う。
This was not a concession driven by feelings of sympathy or compassion. For her, this was simply the way things ought to be.
よし。そうと決まれば。
After settling her resolve, she headed to the study next door.
木曜棚の当時欄、緑の背表紙と。
Without hesitation, she removed one book from the countless volumes on the shelf. The introductory textbooks transported here from the Aozaki residence were separated into 6 shelves labeled Monday to Saturday. Aoko had organized the books by topic, genre, and purpose, had more or less memorized exactly what was in her personal library. Referencing any of this material took her no time at all. It was to be expected from the keeper of this study. Though this keeper's fiefdom was nothing more than a small room. Both Aoko and Alice had given up all hope on the cluttered mess of a library in the annex. Nevertheless, on occasion, Aoko would have no option other than to give Alice a heads up and visit it when this study did not meet her needs.
できればそれは避けたいところだけど、と。
Aoko placed the thick green book down and took a seat. The desk she sat at was sturdy but uninviting. It wasn't the sort of furniture girls her age grew attached to, but she liked its minimalist elegance nonetheless. She flipped through the book's old, worn pages.
アリスみたいな結界は、私にはまだ無理だ。人払いはその場所自体に頼らないといけないか。
The mountains? The woods? The school building empty at night? She was looking for a place that would be, except for the worst of luck, void of all people, allowing her to forego the use of magecraft.
茨の壁だの魔力の霧だの。そういう回りくどいのもなんだしな。退路を断つっていうなら、もっとこう、見た目にも状況的にも派手な方が効果的だし。
Muttering about how there had been some basic spell that fit her needs, she continued to flip through the pages. It goes without saying that she was looking for a way to deal with the witness from the previous night. Okay, I kind of got that part because she was looking for a place devoid of people, and she can't use a bounded field, it sounds like, but she doesn't know it's Soujuurou yet, right? That hasn't dawned on her just yet, I don't think. I was confused because they literally went from talking about Soujuurou to this, so... Magecraft's uses were many, but not all-encompassing. Fundamentally, we got Magecraft lore lock-in. Magecraft's uses were many, but not all-encompassing. Fundamentally, Magecraft was good for making things or phenomena that existed already, while more or less bypassing the time and resources conventional means would require. Okay, are we gonna get Magecraft versus magic? It was, however, unable to manifest phenomena that were impossible in this world. That's the thing right there. It's basically how I understand it, and how I have understood it for a couple years now, is that magic is something that makes the impossible possible. Magic is a way to break and bend the laws of physics to your will, and that's why there's only like 2 or 3 people in the entirety of the Nasuverse that have actually achieved it. That's what getting to the root is supposed to be, I think. Whereas Magecraft is more like science and alchemy, essentially, like a full metal alchemist type shit, where you're like, what's the old alchemical saying where you have to like, you have to sacrifice something to create something else, kind of like that. It's like chemistry for the most part. That's like how I understand Magecraft. And that's why, like, Rin, for example, in Fate, when she uses Magecraft, she's got, like, the gems, because the gems, she's, like, sacrificing the gems to make a spell, essentially. Equivalent exchange, yeah, that's what I was thinking about, Tip. Magecraft is basically, like, a scientific method, while magic is a miracle, yeah. That's a good way to word it. So it was, however, unable to manifest phenomena that were impossible in this world. It was essentially an equivalent exchange. There it is right there. It was essentially an equivalent exchange that used a variety of shortcuts. A phenomena made possible by human hands, actualized by an individual's power. That was generally what Magecraft was. To give a simple example, if Aoko were so inclined, she could make an entire lake appear at the mansion. However, it had to be something that existed within this world. Nothing, not even the smallest matter, could escape this unbreakable law. Even if Aoko were to release a level of heat on par with an F-15 fighter jet's afterburner, that event would only be possible if the circuit named Aoko Aozaki acted as a temporary input variable in a magical formula. The derived equivalence was simply a value that already occurred in reality. If the variable in the equation did not exist elsewhere in reality, the spell would not be valid. The imaginary element known as magical energy was like a lie that could only slip its fantasy through the network of order at the moment of ignition. Wow, I like that. Wait, the way they worded that is crazy. Giving form to the non-existent illusion invaded reality was something that the universe did not allow.
とは言っても、エーテルは基本何にでもできるんで、大元が嘘なんだっけ?
Hey, and I'm gonna screenshot some of these for later. Giving form to the non-existent illusions invading reality was something the universe did not allow.
とは言っても、エーテルは基本何にでもできるんで、大元が嘘なんだっけ?
Still, what was it? You can combine the imaginary factor, ether, with pretty much anything else since it's not real itself.
魔力だけで構成されたものは、幻想扱いされて急速に消えていくとか。典型的な結界、茨の壁とかは、もともと茨を生やしておいて、魔力で一気に成長、強化してるものだし。
Ether mentioned.
魔力っていうのは結局、使い勝手のいいガソリン兼、事象に火をつける火花ってわけで。
Magic was something only existed in the Age of Mystics. It kind of disappeared after the Arthur reign. That was kind of like that's how I understood it was. King Arthur's reign was kind of the last, I think the Age of Gods had already ended, but it was like the last Age of Mystics for the most part, something like that. Or King Arthur's death kind of signaled the end of Mystics. How do you feel about the story so far? I really liked it. I gave like a short review and thoughts at the end of chapter 2, but yeah, I like it a lot so far. I definitely enjoyed Soujuurou and Aoko's back and forth at the high school when they first met. Was hilarious. Oh my god. Richard's reign is when it really ended.
なんて言いつつ、架空要素云々より、基本的な回路の接続と魔力を加工して弾くことぐらいしかできないのよね、私。
That's like her big attack too, right? Because there's some things about the story I've seen, it's just without context, but obviously the big attack that she uses in the trailer where she channels, and she kind of did it to take out it was a much smaller version, but she kind of used it to take out the puppet or the mannequin in the park too, but she channels like I can't remember how Nasu worded it, but they worded it as like, oh man, I'm gonna screw it up. They worded it to say like she used her arm as something for the projectile, and it I don't know, the way it was worded sounded cool. Imaginary factors are all well and good, but all I can do is connect a basic circuit and process energy into a projectile. Laughing to herself, she looked for a bounded field or something similar, more suited to her current ability. The identity of the witness was still unknown, but if they were a classmate of Aoko's, she had any number of pretexts by which to lure them out. The problem was, after that.
そうなると、問題は命中率よね。一撃で決めないと逃げられちゃうだろうし。
To be honest, she wasn't confident she could handle this smoothly without Alice's support. but Aoko saw no reason to ask for help given that the target in question was a regular bystander. Fledgling as she was, she still had her pride as a mage. Bullets? I don't know if it was whatever she said her arm was in the sentence was like something I hadn't necessarily heard before that sounded cool. Yeah, it was a rolling downhill since so far. Yeah, that makes sense. And it's like different areas of the world too, I imagine. Like they all had because it's supposed to be like a global human society sort of thing, as I understand it. And there are obviously different gods in different regions, and it was overall like it was a slow burn in different eras. Obviously took more of a toll on it. Does it still feel like it's the earliest thing Nasu wrote? Like, does it feel aged compared to modern work? I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna be able to give a full opinion on that until I finish it for sure. It definitely feels Nasu, at least like the dialogue and like the way the narration is wrote. Like it feels Nasu for sure. I'll say that at least. Which is something you can definitely notice different in like FGO, for example. Like you can tell immediately because like I'm anime only and then FGO only, so I don't have a lot of experience with the visual novels. But I will say in like FGO, for example, you can 1000% tell when something's written by a different writer and when it's written by Nasu specifically. Like Nasu definitely has a style and the type of narration he writes. You're definitely able to tell when it's Nasu and when it's not Nasu, and this visual novel definitely feels Nasu. You can tell it's Nasu. So I'll say that. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to... I don't want to give a full opinion or anything like that on it until we finish it. But I like it so far. She continued to turn through the pages rhythmically. In the midst of fluttering sound of thumbing through the volume, Aoko suddenly stopped her finger at a certain page.
見つけた。
She smiled to herself. It was a simple formula that she had tucked away somewhere in the recesses of her memory. A spell of simple destruction.
檻をね、作ればいいのよ。
A cage is all I need to make.
狩りをする時の常套手段じゃない。獲物を逃げられないようにするのは。
She placed a bookmark on the book and closed it, and got up to return to her room. Suddenly, she felt someone watching her. Through the window, she saw her in the night, a girl staring back with a cold-hearted expression. The girl's face was hers, the expression undoubtedly her own. She began planning how to erase the witness. Though to say it was something as elaborate as a plan was overkill, this was just a job. She was going to make a cage and then lure her prey into it. There was no getting around it. Premeditated violence.
さ、そろそろアリスは上がったかな?
She mumbled out loud, as if the bath would return some warmth to her chilled heart. About 20 minutes had passed since she gave Alice the privilege of using the hot water first. Alice tended to bathe quickly, finishing well under 10 minutes. Her roommate was the type that could not understand the spirit of bath, treating it as nothing more than a necessity for looking after one's body. For Alice, the concept of staying at a hot spring inn sounded more like a chore than anything, though in this regard, Aoko had to agree.
よし、浴場はカラッと。あれ、居間に電気ついてる?
It was unusual for Alice to sit in the drawing room after a bath. On nights when she had nothing to discuss, it was her style to return directly to her bedroom.
アリス、いるの?
Alice nodded. With no book in hand, it appeared that Alice had been waiting for Aoko.
そういうこと。私も信用ないな、ほんと。
Aoko scratched her head in exasperation. Was it that Alice was worried about her, or had no faith in her? Her expression was so calm, Aoko could hardly figure what she was thinking.
方針なら決まったけど、聞く？
その顔を見れば聞かなくてもわかるわ。迷いがなくなったのはいいことだけど、悪い癖ね、青子。
Alice let out a small sigh. It was unusual for Alice to make such a display of her disappointment.
ええ、騙し討ちは趣味じゃないから。殺すにしても正々堂々、正面から理由を言った後にする。それならすっぱり後腐れもないし。文句ある？
文句はないわ。そういうの、好きか嫌いかはこの際関係ないでしょうし。けど、
確実性はどうかってことでしょ？私、いまいち命中率悪いし。その辺の問題は場所選びでフォローしようかなと。私はアリスのようにはいかないから、物理的に逃げられない場所にしようと思うんだけど、何かアイディアない？
Alice nodded in thought. The finger that gently rested on her lips indicated that the question was to her liking.
鏡はどう？鏡の国なら永遠に閉じ込めていられるけど。
Damn!
あんた、そういうところ常識ないわよね。
She frowned at Alice's bad taste. It was the kind of idea her roommate found to be inspired, but Aoko knew it was out of the question. Aoko was looking for a natural bounded field she could prepare, not a realm bordering on true magic that she couldn't create to begin with.
なら他を当たるのね。でも、ここを使うのだけはやめてちょうだい。
言われなくても分かってるって。けど、そうね。ミラーハウスはいいアイディアかも。
Aoko smirked and shifted her balance away from the wall she was resting on.
サンキュー、アリス。全体の流れは出来上がったわ。ほんと、こういうのってダメ元でも相談してみるものよね。
Now in a good mood, Aoko retreated from the drawing room. Alice tried and failed to visualize what kind of blueprint Aoko had drawn up in her mind, but whatever it was, it appeared to be the thorough kind Aoko was good at. Aoko headed for the bathroom, humming to herself as she went. A year and a half of sharing a living space had taught Alice something. When Aoko Aozaki was in this good of a mood, only deep trouble could follow.
え？青子一人に任せていいのかですって。
I kind of figured, so her familiars are the little birds, right? That's the bird we saw earlier too that was like in the window last stream? Was that one of her familiars as well, the little robin? Oh, it is. It's like the same robin. Okay. It was unclear how the bird had been in the drawing room. Chirping at Alice, the robin-like bird pranced across the furniture as if it was its property. Oh, is it not her familiar?
そうね。彼女が一人でやると言ったのだから、任せるのが正しい信頼関係なんでしょうけど。
The girl in black raised her arm. The bird, chirping once again, alighted on her outstretched, affectionate finger.
嫌な話だけど、信頼と信用はまた違う話よね。
The bird puffed out its stout chest in agreement, and Aoko was none the wiser to her roommate's rather unsettling comments. The following day was a typical overcast one. The day's classes ended as they started, uneventfully. Ooh, new OST? I haven't heard this track yet. The day's classes ended as they started, uneventfully. Winter break was just around the corner, and with it, final exams. Although Misaki High School prided itself on discipline, it was still a private school which promoted a culture of independence among its students. Industrious students had a place to explore that side of themselves under the guardianship of the student council president. More easygoing students could spend their time after school as they wished, as long as they were mindful of personal responsibility. The fact that the poster boy of independence was the student council vice president indicated just how vast that spectrum was.
Aozaki, いるか?
Tobimaru Tsukihime threw open the door to the satellite student council room, the rumored location for their secret meetings. Despite all appearances, he was the student council vice president, who also happened to be the poor soul responsible for executing the student council's dirty work. Her little scowl. One person was waiting for him in the cramped room. The student council president, Aoko Aozaki, sat imperiously in a folding chair, glaring at Tobimaru and his boisterous entrance.
相変わらず寒いなこの部屋。なあ、今度ストーブ購入しようぜ。
So, as not to succumb to Aoko's oppressive silence, Tobimaru opened with some casual small talk.
お疲れ様。ところであんた、何しに来たのか分かってる？
まあな。ただ、事務的に話すのって寒いじゃねえか。少しぐらい世間話でもしねえとつまらねえだろ。
Tobimaru closed the door and sat down across from Aoko. He was holding a blue envelope.
こういう時は無駄口は叩かない方がいいわよ。なんとなくプロっぽいでしょ。
なる。いや。
Tobimaru was halfway to agreeing with Aoko before he caught himself and began to shake his head. As much as Tobimaru enjoyed the lack of red tape in this new line of work, he was not ready to turn full spy on his first day on the job.
それで、調べ終わったの？
ああ、ついさっき最後の聴取を済ませてきた。詳しいことはその封筒に入ってる。お前。
He tossed the envelope onto the table.
そう。
Aoko picked it up and began to scan through the documents that were inside. She entered her own little world, not sparing the slightest bit of attention for Tobimaru. If ignoring other people were a skill, she would be the master at it.
なあ。
何？
一つ聞きたいんだけどよ。
だから、何？
The room was filled with a chilling silence. Aoko continued reading without an ounce of emotion upon her face. Though Tobimaru kept up an air of indifference, his stare remained fixed intently on her.
青崎、そういうの作って楽しい？
楽しいわけないでしょ。こんなの作ったところで、あんまり使う機会なんてないんだから。
そうか。ならいい。
Whether or not he was convinced, Tobimaru stood up from his chair with a disappointed expression.
最後まで読めばわかるだろうが、あんまり確証は取れなかったぜ。というより、おとといあの辺りにいた生徒はいないって話になりそうだ。まあ断定はできないけどな。
No longer concerned over his task, Tobimaru headed towards the door, as if to say it was out of his hands.
そうだ。そういえば、一人だけ該当しなかったやつがいる。季節外れの転入生までは、青崎も調べきれなかったみてえじゃねえか。
Aoko raised her head ever so slightly. He was right. The recent transfer student was not included within this scope of their investigation.
そんなわけで、その字に関しては調べてないぜ。まあ、あいつならいつだろうと遅くまでバイトだろうが。いや、人殺しを見たなんてこと口走ってるようじゃ、家で悪い夢でも見てたのかもしれねえか。
Oh. I was gonna say, Soujuurou mentioned to the vice president there last stream that about he was the one that told him it was he hallucinated it, right? Because he said he saw a murder at the park. And now she knows. Tobimaru's a natural snitch. Tobimaru cheerfully left the student council room. Unknowingly, he just signed Soujurou's death. Simultaneously, Aoko felt her fingers go numb, and the documents she was holding spilled all over the table.
そんな、まさかね。
She broke out into a cold sweat and tried to tell herself that there must be some kind of mistake. However, the uncomfortable feeling in her gut would simply not go away, perhaps because her intuition was almost always right at times like these.
バカらしい。
And yet, she knew what she had to do. She would not have hesitated to kill Tobimaru if he had been the witness. But what if it was who she was thinking of? Just considering the possibility caused her blood to run cold. Aoko put her forehead in her hands and began to brood. And then, suddenly... Let us talk choice. You will always be faced with choices. A virtuous fool and a wicked sage. You cannot save both. You must pick one. That is the freedom granted to you. 2 years earlier, Aoko muttered the words offered by her grandfather the day she replaced her elder sister as the successor, and let out a sigh of lament.
すごくバカみたい。
This has to be a joke, she laughed at her own intuition. But it was no joke. If only those words had never been said. Aoko locked up the student council room and left for the day, calmly, as though nothing untoward had happened. She greeted the students as they passed her in the halls. She was almost shocked by how natural she seemed. There was still plenty of students at the school. The grounds were noisy with the chattering of students who had finished the day but had yet to head home. Others still had club activities. The gray sky looked ready to pour, but nobody seemed to pay it any mind. Amidst the clamor, Aoko hastened to the school gate. She passed by some students in animated conversation. She seemed to be talking about their after-school plans, or they seemed to be talking about their after-school plans. Apparently, they were adamant about maximizing their free time. She could not figure out how they could possibly be so irresponsibly focused on fun, but at the same time, was in no mood to make fun of or feel envious of them. 2 short years prior, she had been just like them.
根は冷めてるのかな、私って。
She retied her scarf, this time more tightly, to give off the air of solitude, but she was fooling no one. After all, what people who feign solitude are really masking is rejection.
そうよね。孤独っていうのはああいうのを言うもんでしょうし。
The area by the school gate was busier than usual. A group of boys appeared to be huddled behind it. Their transparent attempt to be discreet in terms of both location and loudness of voices did nothing to hide the fact that they were noisily arguing about a girl standing alone on the other side of the street. Oh. The music. The girl was cloaked in a black cape. At first glance, it could have been mistaken for a normal attire, but those from Misaki could tell that she wore the uniform of a prestigious girls' school. Said school had no connection with Misaki High in any way, shape, or form. The two schools were miles apart both physically and spiritually. A member of that school's student body was a rare sighting, as the majority were forced to live in the school dorm. Rain Girls Academy had a reputation as a school for princesses, and it was rare indeed for one to be slumming with the common folk. That alone would have been enough to cause a ruckus among the boys, but this girl looked like the epitome of class. One could not help but describe the standing figure as charming. The way she silently, motionlessly waited was reminiscent of a meticulous, composed portrait. Aoko took one look at her before instantly recalling that one word, solitude.
まったく、うちの男子どもは家に帰りもせず、陰でこそこそやってるのはそういうこと。
Disgusted, Aoko barged through the gate. At this point, she would normally head home, but today, she just crossed the street towards the waiting girl.
あれなるは生徒会長様。くそ、追っ払う気なのかよ。痛いんならいつまでだっていさせてあげればいいじゃんか。てか怒られるのあの天使。
Jesus fucking Christ.
よその生徒でも校門前にいるぐらいなら別に問題はないと思うけど、青子女子は容赦ねえからな。下手すると平手だぜ、平手。
The boys ran their mouths behind her back. Not in the mood to shut them up, Aoko just walked right up to the girl and offered her an informal wave.
どうしたのアリス。こんなところに来たって何も面白いことはないって言ったのに。
ありえね
え! Aoko heard the boys by the gate lose their collective minds and did her best to ignore them.
あのことを確かめに。青子、あの人たち邪魔なんだけど。
わかってる。今追っ払うから。
In contrast to Alice's small voice, Aoko spoke loud and clear. Naturally, this was on purpose, so as to deal with the riffraff by the gate all at once.
会長こっち来んぞ。おい押すなよ、後ろのやつどけって。俺校舎に逃げるから。いやでもあの子会長と知り合いなんでしょ。うまく会長に紹介してもらうとか。さすが一年坊主、まだ戦場の現実ってもんを理解していねえ。よし、死の間際までいい夢見ろよ。
Perhaps because too many of them had gathered in one place, the mob entered a frenzied panic as they tried to escape. Aoko addressed them all.
さーて、部活動があるわけでもなし、ただ家に帰るだけの帰宅部の皆さん、こんなところで何を集まってるのか教えてくれる？
Fucking angry little sign. The student council president stared daggers at the boys.
何しろ試験前だもの。身になることなら私も教えてほしいけど、まさかガン首並べて女学院のお嬢様を眺めてただけ。声をかける勇気もなくて眺めてただけなんてことは。
I don't know if it's just because I'm too much of an introvert, but I never understood stuff like this. A person knows another person, how scandalous, and especially that part. Oh yes, a total stranger. I want to go up and try to hit on them. Yeah. It's just high school shit, I think. Unless you mean even in high school you never understood it. I mean, I kind of do. It's definitely like, I'm usually not a fan of like high school anime slice of life stories because of shit like this. So I mean, I get that part. Definitely more interested in the like how why I love the Aoko and Soujuurou dynamics so much in the first chapter was because that was super relatable for me. How Aoko was like putting on a front because she specifically did not want to be, she had a resting bitch face and was coming off as just angry 24/7, specifically trying to put on a front to make it so Soujuurou would not ask her any personal questions. That was super relatable. I love that part. Yeah, some of this other like high school culture shit though is ugh. You gotta shoot your shot, man, if you see a pretty lady. I don't know. I'd have to do some deep thinking to give you maybe not a character analysis, but like a personality analysis of stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think anyone at my school was really like that either. You definitely had like a lot of talk about, there was definitely a lot of talk about girls and maybe not having the courage to actually ask someone out. But yeah, it was never a thing like a bunch of guys crowding around and like specifically talking about a girl that's like across the street from them or something like that. Not one of them was brave enough to admit that this hit the nail on the head. If any of them had such courage, they would have already been chatting the young lady up.
いや、僕教室にちょっと忘れ物が。こんなオチならダメ元で玉砕しとくんだった。 天文部に行って双眼鏡借りるのどうだ。屋上からお顔を賜るとか。天文部にそんなのねえよ。あるとしたら野鳥同好会じゃね。
それ先月会長が潰したじゃん。鳥めでてる暇があるなら彼女作れって。
ああ、彼女作れですか。すみませんっす。今日は裏口から帰るっす、ザキさん。
くそ、じゃあな会長、また明日。
And with those oh so charming remarks, the boys scattered with their tails between their legs.
楽しそうね、青子。
あ、わかる？
Aoko's response slipped out all too easily. In truth, there were not that many bad apples at Misaki High, and dealing with them wasn't really that bad.
で、ここまで出向くってことは何かわかったの？
結界に残っていた気配の識別は、あとはここで確かめればいいだけよ。
そう。ん？アリス、いつからここに？
下校時刻から。
So, she had been here for roughly an hour. Standing in the same place for an hour would be taxing for someone as sensitive to the cold as
悪いわ
Alice.
ね、無理させて。
別に好きでやってることだから。
As she spoke, her black eyes were fixed upon the gate and the students passing through it. She had likely been observing the gate in this manner for the past hour.
私を待ってたわけじゃないんでしょ？今からでも付き合うわ。
Alice nodded in assent. If Alice was still here, it meant she had not found the witness yet. If she had found this student, Alice would have already gone home ahead of Aoko and begun to research the student's background.
私の方はダメだった。
So she reported the results of Tobimaru's investigation. Alice remained silent. With that, the conversation ended, leaving the two to silently endure the freezing wind. The silent stakeout dragged on endlessly. Students continued to pass through the gate, each shocked at the sight of the unusual combo, and head home. After 20 minutes, Aoko let a sigh escape her mouth, perhaps from boredom, perhaps from the cold, or perhaps from both.
ねえ、アリス。帰り黎明に寄ってかない？
Aoko quickly turned to Alice to catch her reaction. Dawn was the name of one of Aoko's favorite coffee shops. Alice knows she's lying. Offering no clear indication as to whether she was critical of Aoko's... What is that word? Blaze?
Blasé.
Blasé, unimpressed, or indifferent. Blasé. Offering no clear indication as to whether she was critical of Aoko's blasé attitude or agreeing to her whims, Alice's gaze shifted ever so slightly. Aoko followed her stare.
俺、青崎も待ち合わせか?
Oh! The sudden voice took her off guard. There was only one person who spoke with this gentle, good-natured tone.
そう。やっぱそうなるわけか。
Turning her back to Alice, Aoko moved her focus to the newly appeared student.
それで、今日は何の用？
All politeness flew out the window. Already in a bad mood, Aoko's mood plummeted the longer she looked at Sojiro. The subtle... Oh my gosh. Subtlety? Well, bro, oh my god, I cannot say this fucking word. Subtlety? The subtlety of her expression, however, was lost on him.
いや、これから駅前で水泳部の部長と待ち合わせなんだけど、そのことでお礼を言っておきたくて。
Oh, bro joined the swimming club. Well, that was completely unexpected. Thanks. Joining a club? Aoko had a hunch that he was about to say something brainless.
ふーん。お礼って、お礼参りってこと？
Fortunately, Soujuurou was completely unaware of the more sinister implications to the word payback.
よくわからないけど、そんな大したことじゃないよ。ただ、水泳部は夏までそう忙しくないって話だったから。
Soujuurou was just about to thank her for recommending a club that would not take up much of his time when Aoko cut him off with an expression of disinterest.
当然でしょ。幽霊部員になりそうな生徒なんて紹介できないから。忙しいあなたでも務まりそうな場所があったから口に出しただけよ。
なるほど、無駄がないね。
His open admiration for her sapped Aoko's will to fight. Finding a suitable club and negotiating with its captain hadn't been an efficient use of her time at all.
とにかくお世話になったから、それで礼を言っときたくて。
Soujuurou gratefully dipped his head, but not before flustered Aoko stopped him.
よしてよ。今あなたにそんなことされても迷惑だから。それで、水泳部はどう？やっていけそう？
An awkwardness infiltrated her previously sharp gaze. Soujuurou was able to pick up on the odd change in her behavior, but could not divine its reason. So he simply started with what he knew so far and reported the most recent information he had.
ああ、水泳部はクビになった。
What?
なんでよ
Aoko instinctively shouted at the unexpected response. Like a human jack-in-the-box. This unexpected development threw her mind in a tizzy, and she momentarily forgot the complicated feelings she had already been wrestling with.
だって今から待ち合わせだって。
それは、これからヤシロギの温水プールに連れて行ってくれるからだよ。
Soujuurou stated this very matter-of-factly to the still reeling Aoko.
話がつながらない。そこまでうまくいってるのに、どうして入部を拒否されるのよ、あんたは。
そりゃ、俺が泳げないからだろ。
Aoko reached up with her fingers and pinched the bridge of her nose as she processed his answer.
しずきくん、昨日の私の質問は覚えてる？走るのか泳ぐのか、どっちがいいかってやつ。私の記憶は正しいけど、一応確認しておくわね。あなた、確かに泳ぐ方だって言ったけど。
ああ、昔から泳げないのはなんとか克服したかったんだ。反対に走る方は得意だけど。
Her energy spent, Aoko finally understood.
俺が1年なら1から鍛えてくれたらしいんだけど、あと3ヶ月で3年になる身分なのに、金槌の部員は雇えないそうだ。けど部長が親身になってくれて、これから泳ぎを教えてくれることになったんだよ。
Soujuurou's words were spoken from a place of joy, a fact that failed to reach Aoko.
はあ、つまり欠陥品を売りつけたってわけか。こりゃ水泳部の部長に合わす顔がないっと。ちょっと待った。しずきくん、水泳部の部長って。
She stopped herself short of a girl. She was afraid of how that might look, that she might not be able to rein herself in if she started.
もういいわ。気持ちは分かったから、どこか遠くにいてくれない？少し疲れてて、とてもじゃないけどあなたの相手はしていられないの。
飛び丸もそんなことを言ってたな。青崎は昨日と今日、珍しく疲れてるって。何かあったのか？
ちょっとね。でもいいの。解決したみたいだから。それより、しずきくんはどう見える？私、そんなに疲れて見えるのかな？
Why had she asked him this? Blurting out things for no reason and on impulse. This was not usual for Aoko. Perhaps it was because she realized that this would be their last chance to have a normal conversation. After a few moments of contemplation, Soujuurou conjured up a grin, and that cut straight through the tension.
そうだな。疲れているというより、生き生きしているように見える。仕方なく畑を耕していた狼が、久しぶりに狩りに出ることになって、機嫌を上げている感じだ。
He seemed so cheerful, like he was so happy for her. Without thinking, Aoko's hands went to her cheeks. If what he said were true, then she was grinning from ear to ear. There was just no way she would have made such a mistake.
とにかくありがとう。じゃあ、また明日。
Perhaps still not comfortable enough to wave to her, he said his goodbye with sincerity in his voice and smile, and then took his leave.
待って。こんな話があるの。聞いてから言って。
Aoko called out after him. Her voice was cold as she admonished herself for having been somewhat affable earlier.
ん？
意味のない例え話よ。そうね。あなたが空腹で死にそうな時、目の前に同じように空腹で死にそうな2匹の動物がいるとするわ。しずきくんに銃をあげる。それでどちらかの動物を撃って。右はライオンで、左は子猫。選ぶのはあなたの自由だから。
It was a fable-like moral dilemma, especially the way in which it was cruel and rather preachy. The kind that if you thought too hard about, you would never find an answer. Soujuurou answered quickly and calmly.
いや、撃たないと思うよ。だって、自分の好きにしていいんだろ。それにほら、空腹ならお互い様だ。
He was not in the least bit fazed by the dilemma. He gave the most innocent response, so innocent, in fact, that it would give anyone pause.
長生きするわ、あなた。
すごいセリフだな。そんなことを言われたのは、多分君が初めてだ。
Adorning his face was a smile wholly out of sync with the comment.
何よ、それ。
She regretted stopping him. If only she had just watched him go, this conversation would have never happened. Soujuurou Shizuki made his way down the sloped street. Today, just like every day, he probably had to work late again. Only Aoko and Alice remained, with Alice doing what she could to simply blend in.
つくづくこっちのペースを乱してくれるわね。あのちんちく無害な田舎者は。
Aoko clenched her right fist tightly as she cursed out loud. Anything to prevent herself from screaming at the top of her lungs. Whether that scream would be directed towards Soujuurou or towards herself was another matter entirely.
Aoko.
Aoko heard Alice's soft voice behind her. Aoko knew what she was going to say, as she had known the entire time. Ever since Alice having shown no reaction to any of the other students, changed her expression upon seeing Soujuurou.
言わなくてもいい。あいつでしょ、目撃者は。
Her voice was cold as ice. It was the voice of someone talking about a complete stranger. The lion and the kitten. There were pros and cons to choosing either of these animals, the point being that she had asked him to choose one of them. In terms of risk, the lion was the more dangerous choice. The instant the gun was pointed at it, there was a chance it would fight back. Those who chose the lion required more courage, but any sense of guilt that came from holding a gun would be forgotten. Lions were fierce creatures, a poor excuse to shoot an animal perhaps, but one that certainly helped alleviate the guilt. But what about the kitten, the weaker creature? It goes without saying that the kitten would be the easier target of the two, but choosing it would be a disquieting decision for anyone. Even if the kitten had no chance to survive, it was still senseless to carry out. And to Aoko, Soujuurou was that choice.
てっきり、私もそうだと思ってた。
When she had felt that sinking feeling in the student council room, she ignored it. There was no getting around what must be done, she told herself. Until, that is, Soujuurou went and said what he did, causing her resolve to waver. But the discomfort in her chest did not stem from any guilt she may have felt. She could care less for Soujuurou. He was weak, and would be incredibly easy to deal with. Yet, for some reason, she could not dispel her reservations. A transfer student who moved to the city from the middle of nowhere, with no family to speak of. Few would notice if he were suddenly to disappear compared to a person of some renown. If she were to kill him, it would be as simple as wringing a cat's neck. And it all served just to piss her off. It was too lucky. Like everything was neatly handed to her. She wanted just to drop kick it right into orbit.
信じられない。私嫌がってる。これは違う。こんなの私じゃない。
Standing behind her, Alice heard all of her muttering. Nevertheless, she seemed to ignore it and said,
彼、首に布を巻いていたわね。
Oh, she's the first person in this fucking story that's noticed it. Or commented on it, at least. A wholly unrelated topic. Aoko returned to her senses.
首？ええ。水泳部の首とかけていたのかしら。
Alice had put much thought into this, and if it had a deeper meaning to her somehow.
そういえば、あいつ初めて会った時も首に布巻いてたっけ？襟を行儀よく締めてるから目立たないけど。
The conversation turned to idle nonsense, and though it solved none of her current problems, it did help calm Aoko's frayed nerves.
サンキュー。落ち着いたわ、アリス。それと、気合も入った。善は急げ。あいつが言いふらす前に決着をつけよう。
Pumped once more, Aoko turned her back at the school gate. For now, they would retire to the mansion and prepare for battle.
いいけど、いつ、どこで彼を殺すの？
She said quietly, so as to not be overheard by anyone else. Normally, Aoko had to rein in that side of Alice, out in the open as they were, but this was far from a normal conversation. This was far from a normal situation.
今日の夜、場所はとっておきの夢の国よ。
The land of dreams. She gave a fearless laugh, a strangely pleasant sound like the kind one would make when meeting their lover. Chapter 4. Her as she is now. Night of Witches 1. Alright, on to chapter 5. Okay, we're shooting through this pretty fast. I thought these were going to be longer. Yeah, chapter 5 is the one with B, right? Both are decently long chapters. Will you be doing both parts today? It depends. I was going to see, the plan was to do chapters 3 to 5, and we were going to save 5B for next stream if I'm like too tired by the end of chapter 5. We'll see. This is going to be a long one. Okay, so chapter 5's long. Got it. We're going to read all of chapter 5 for sure. Or sorry, all of chapter 5A, and we might do chapter 5B depending on how long into the stream we are. We'll see though. Now the plot starts. The plot thickens, huh? I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Make sure we're all set for this. Bathroom break. I'll be right back. And we're back. All right. Let's get into Night of the Witches 1. This is going to be chapter 5. Soujuurou returned to his apartment on foot, as per routine, under a blanket of clouds in the night sky. The rusty stairs of his apartment building clanged with each step. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the bicycles parked by the apartment building's outer wall. He debated the pros and cons of a bicycle, how much easier life would be versus the expense, the convenience versus the necessity, but in the end, decided one was not right for him just right now. Clutching the bag of apples under his arm, he took out his key to his residence.
あれば便利だけど、なくて。
He tilted his head in confusion. More and more he found himself preoccupied with such random thoughts, when the real issue at hand was deciding what to do with the apples he had just received. He placed the paper bag in the sink and switched on the lights. It was just after 10 in the evening. With the end of term exams just around the corner, he had come home an hour earlier than usual. As he made his way back to the kitchen to pick one of the apples to snack on, he found an envelope stuffed in his mail slot. The envelope had no name, return address, or stamp. Inside was a single piece of paper that had only the sender's name and a short message. It read,
話があるので、今夜どこそこのここに来られたし、大事なようなので、来るまでずっと待っている。
A concise set of orders neatly written. It was signed Aoko Aozaki. She had been considerate enough to enclose a detailed map of the meeting place. Puzzled, he cocked his head to the side, and then headed out the door. Afterwards, upon the room's sole tenant leaving the premises, the envelope burst into flames and evaporated without a trace, as though it had never existed in the first place. By the late 80s, Japan's post-war economic boom had somewhat stabilized, and the city experienced a period of steady growth. The city's modernization marched on. The Japan Railway's train station, a symbol of the new era, neared completion. In Miyazaki's neighboring town of Yashirogi, a new symbol of its own was about to be born. Yashirogi bred in Kitsi-land. It was Misaki's worst investment. Years later, it would be dubbed the fool's gold of the economic bubble and a relic of a bygone age.
この町には夢とか遮奪さが足りない。
10 years ago, Yashirogi's renowned Tokitsu Baking Company ran factories all across the nation. Its proprietor was a middle-aged gentleman, then aged 56, by the name of Yorihiko Tokitsu, known affectionately by most as Topan. He took it upon himself to begin development on an estate on the outskirts of Yashirogi and broke ground on a recreational wonderland that he hoped to be the pride of Misaki City. The long-awaited opening came in 1981. After 3 years of investment, this local amusement park full of all kinds of hopes and dreams began its short-lived tenure. Oh, hopes and dreams, that's what they meant, or that's what Aoko meant by the land of hopes and dreams, huh? It covered more than 85 square acres, and there was foreshadowing earlier when Soujuurou was asking Aoko if they ever wanted to go to the amusement park because she said she had never been there, and she kind of laughed and said that place has been abandoned, so it's all... There's been enough foreshadowing leading to this. Okay, this is where she plans to kill him. It covered more than 85 square acres. Its magnificent merry-go-round dazzled all who passed through the park's gates. Its roller coaster twisted and turned about the edges of the park like a writhing Japanese dragon. Its Ferris wheels, packed beyond necessity with gimmicks, was said to have tested the limits of modern engineering.
完璧だ。遊園地に必要なものは全て積み込んだ。
Old Yorihiko looked upon his creation and smiled. Only boosting his confidence was the fact that it was a grand opening that was staged during the period of prosperity, the springtime of the world. But, in spite of this, they splendidly miscalculated the balance between aspirations and sophistication. Its mascot, Kitsi, was poorly designed and appeared like a cheap knockoff. The park was stuffed to the brim with bread stands. Even its impossible to navigate mirror maze seemed out of date from the start. Oh, a mirror maze, huh? In the House of Mirrors that they talked about? There are no dreams to be had in Kitsi-land, only nightmarish satire. Numerous trade magazines lambasted Kitsi-land's shortcomings, and customer attendance declined. There was even an incident where a 6-year-old strayed from his mother, had an accident, and nearly died. 1986, 5 years after the park opened, the situation had grown from bad to worse, and the park was hemorrhaging money. On top of everything, Yorihiko, who had bet everything on the success of mascot Kitsi, retired, and Kitsi-land's operations were officially in trouble. And thus, amidst the scorn of nearly all residents of the area, ended Misaki City's one and only amusement park. What's more, perhaps best described as a footnote to this debacle, the self-proclaimed Harisan artist who designed the mascot, Toki Julich, was said to have snapped his brush in the morning over the closure of the park. Returning to the present, What's up, Shaw? Trains mentioned. We do love our trains. Returning to the present, it was midnight, and the Kitsy land of today was a shadow of its former glory. Like a doll abandoned in the corner of a toy box, the lonely park was illuminated only by the light of the town that continued to live around it.
なるほど。
Soujuurou closed the Yashirogi. He was reading the guidebook, that's what all that was. Soujuurou closed the Yashirogi guidebook that he had picked up on the way here. The story of its history was almost difficult to believe. But he supposed this was what people referred to as entropy. The park's front gate was unlocked. When he worked here the previous time, the iron fence was locked shut with a rusty chain, but the chain was nowhere to be seen, and the gate left ajar. Following the map drawn on the letter, Soujuurou quickly made his way inside.
急ぎのようなんだろうけど、こんな夜中に何なんだ一体。
Soujuurou complained, quite out of character for him. It was probably because in spite of his naivety, even he knew that something was amiss. Though the park was abandoned, this was still trespassing. Unlawful entropy, larceny, burglary. These were certainly not things or perhaps crimes that Soujuurou was proud to do. But
すまない。お金は払えないんだ。ただで入って申し訳ない。
money, apparently, was why his conscience was gnawing at him. He clapped his hands in apology towards the statue of Kitsy. On those eyes, the paint had begun to aptly dissolve. Soujuurou passed the mascot bleeding red paint from its eye sockets and began to walk into the night park. The building's colors had all faded. The collection of machines was rusted. The man-made residents no longer felt the passage of time. Even the ghosts themselves could not endure the disparity between the forsaken place and its previous grand stature. It was like a fossilized dream. These were the ruins of a paradise both created and abandoned by man and reality. The economy had stabilized, and the standard of living was on the rise. Nobody was overly concerned with the future. These were the remains of a wild and an exciting era. His breath turning to white wisps before him, Soujuurou continued through the abandoned amusement park. Though void of human presence, this was not nearly as frightening as the darkness deep in the mountains. City suburbs can take many different forms, but Kitsyland was unusual for an amusement park, in so much as it had been built adjacent to a residential district. The park was surrounded by a forest, but even that, ultimately, was man-made. It was no different from the curtains on a classroom window. If he were to scale the iron fence encircling Kitsyland and break through the 20 yards of afforested trees, he could make it back to the familiar townscape. Though the amusement park tended to arouse dread in city folk, to Soujuurou it was little different from the commotion and terror of downtown.
あれか。
The central plaza was silent as a grave. According to the map, the meeting spot was west of here. Waiting for Soujuurou at his destination was a rugged, imposing, magnificent castle towering before the backdrop of the cloudy sky. Even for an abandoned park, it was a remarkable structure. If the roller coasters and Ferris wheels were loud, intense attractions, this was comparatively quiet and easygoing. It was one of Kitsyland's 3 iconic structures, and in a way, the wicked fortress that guided this paradise down the path of closure. Generally speaking, amusement park mazes generally fell into one of 2 categories: labyrinths, which disorient visitors with their sheer size, and mirror houses, which disorient visitors with optical illusions. Many of a labyrinth's guests enjoyed the brief sense of adventure that it afforded. Over the years, however, it would be usurped by the ever-increasing thrills of new attractions. Such was the way of all trends, the curse of fads. The new must give way to the newer. On the other hand, the House of Mirrors was a time-honored, beloved staple. Even within the confines of a classroom dimension, of a classroom's dimensions, well-placed mirrors and well-directing light could both perplex and delight its visitors. And figuring in the cost of maintenance, a well-designed house of mirrors could far outlive its labyrinth brethren. Even if both types faded into obscurity, they would remain a staple of what constituted an amusement park. However, that didn't mean the combining of them would produce double the fun. Together, they transformed from entertainment into an uncanny realm from which those who dared to step within could never leave. In a similar sense, Kitsy's mystery tour castle was the park's very own other world. Indeed, 5% of visitors ended up requesting staff assistance to get out. Modeled after European castles, it was greater than a football field in length, and the interior was further split into 3 floors. 2 floors above ground, and 1 below. Lined with mirrors from top to bottom, equal part complex and vast, the maze demanded at least 30 minutes even from veterans. One visit was all it took to be struck by catastrophophobia? I'm assuming that's a fear of mazes. Mirrors and reflective surfaces. Catastrophophobia.
Catastrophophobia.
Catastrophophobia. For hours, it was a labyrinth that now stood in Soujurou's way.
真っ暗ってわけじゃないな。電気とかついてるんだろうか。
It seemed that Soujuurou, unaware of what a house of mirrors even was, concerned himself only by its lighting. He checked the letter from Aoko once more. The letter read, "I will be waiting in the first floor lobby of the House of Mirrors." That meeting place was definitely in here. There was something to see by at least, as he could just make out a light faintly through the open doors. Putting aside the suspicions, he headed towards the entrance. The sound of his steps against the brick-laid path echoed faintly. He was far from the hustle and bustle of the city. The park's clocks no longer made a tick nor a talk, and the winter's bite no longer blew in the night. From within the silence, the stillness that would cause any onlooker to hold their breath. Soujuurou stopped abruptly at the entrance in the House of Mirrors.
ところで青崎、そんなところで何してるんだ?
Oh my fucking god. He called out, turning back towards the plaza. Oh my god. A sound rang out as if someone had dove beyond a garbage can and it fell on the ground in their haste. A short silence ensued. For a moment, the abandoned park returned to its previous hush. Resigned to her having been exposed, the girl appeared from behind her hiding place.
Oh.
His voice died in his throat as he took in the sight of the girl's familiar face in an unfamiliar attire. This Aoko, with her long hair flowing in the breeze, was different from the Aoko that Soujuurou knew. The resolute stance and posture she took exuded the strength of her will. She stared directly at him with a sharp-eyed, piercing gaze. Her eyes were glowing with a dim, phosphoric light, enough to give Soujuurou pause that he might be hallucinating, an icy coldness and a girl's strength. Soujuurou lacked a sense of danger, but the sense of imbalance caused him to feel the malice in the air. It was as though the Yuki-onna spirit of folklore had climbed out from a ghost story and appeared here in reality.
Aozaki.
Instinctively, Soujuurou took a step back. Surprised, he was startled to feel concerned. An unpleasant premonition rose to the surface, bringing with it a sense of anxiety. In spite of this, he felt obliged to honor urban etiquette by seeing if she was all right.
その顔を見るに何かあったのかと一応聞いておくんだけど。
Without acknowledging him, Aoko took a step forward. Her figure, this atmosphere, Soujuurou found himself recalling a recent memory. His twisted and knotted apprehension melted away and was replaced with a growing realization. The girl before him was very similar to someone he had seen before, that night at the park, though he had only seen her from behind. With increasing certainty, causing him to swallow nervously, he noted that they might as well have been identical.
何をしていたかって話なら見ての通りよ。ここで獲物が通り過ぎるのを待ってたの。あなたが入ってから私も入って逃げ道をなくすつもりだったから。
Aoko said, perturbed by the swift change in plans.
そうか。待ち合わせ場所は合ってたんだな。
Soujuurou was mightily relieved he had not gone to the wrong place after all. It was unclear whether he felt confident about dealing with what was to come, or if he had simply failed to grasp the hopelessness in the situation. Aoko ignored this obtuse response and continued.
私はね、しずきくん。嫌いな人とか憎い人とかは人並みにいるんだ。ただ、ちょっと変なのが敵になるやつの条件でね。
Cold emotion burned in her eyes. Her feet had already moved one step closer to Soujuurou. Soujurou's sense of foreboding was growing stronger, wondering if what he sensed was bloodlust. He retreated another step. Continuing on so, they maintained a distance of just 15 feet.
昔から、私は嫌いな相手でも敵と思ったことはなかったの。でも逆に、好きな相手を敵だと思うこともあった。理由は単純。
She held out her right arm. The light about her was no illusion.
当たり前のことだけど、私は、私の感情を乱すやつが敵なのよ。
Her arm moved again. It was instantaneous. Something shot past Soujuurou in the blink of an eye, missing him by just a foot to his left. Before his eyes, a blue light, something akin to a fireball, had ignited from nothing. He finally understood what was happening.
ちょっと待った。今のは大変見覚えがある。
She ignored his dim-witted reaction.
外したか。
Aoko muttered to herself. The fist-sized hole the blue light had made in the house of mirrors crackled and smoldered. A shot like that could easily cave in a human skull, in addition to burning it to a crisp.
ああ、こんな射程で外すなんて、アリスに見られたら自殺者ね。でも、これで分かったでしょ？二度目だものね。
Soujuurou backed away swiftly. Things were beyond incomprehensible. He was close to losing the ability to think at all. I might have already been there. All he could make out was the figure of the dependable student council president, or at least what he had thought was the president, and the memories of the park only 2 nights ago. He had never experienced anything like this, though most people living in a civilized country would never have seen anything like this either. A lethal weapon that could kill with nothing more than the pull of a finger had a way of suspending the ability of its target to determine whether not just good or evil, but dreams and reality, past and future. And the more peaceful someone's life had been, the stronger that suspense was likely to be. All that one could think about was the fact that they were alive at that very moment. It was as if he was an unwritten character on a blank piece of white paper. There was no before, there was no after, there was only what came next. This was a very common thought process for anyone staring down the barrel of a gun.
あ、命乞いはやめてね。意味ないから。でも、恨み事ならご自由に。殺す側の義務として一言一句聞いてあげる。
By saying it was pointless, she made it sound more like she would not be listening to what he had to say. However, Soujuurou was in such a state of shock that it did not even enter his mind to speak up. All he knew, for reasons unknown, was that the girl in front of him wanted him dead.
嘘つきにも程がある。飛び丸のバカ。何がそんな生き物はいないだ。実際いるじゃないか、こんなお化けみたいなのが。
Soujuurou felt that if he had said that aloud, the second blast would have come even quicker than the last, so he kept it to himself. His mental expletives stirred his mind from paralysis to mere panic. This response came from confidence, however, not from confidence. Someday, out of the blue, someone is going to kill me. While it may have seemed like a baseless belief to hold,
そうだった。都会には殺人事件がある。ルールを破れば殺されるのは当たり前だってちゃんと教えてもらってた。
To Soujuurou, the situation seemed perfectly aligned with his inexperienced understanding of the city, and it was merely a coldly pragmatic place. Bro thinks he's gonna get killed for trespassing. As far as he was concerned at this moment, being killed by a classmate was not something to be surprised by. In a society where murder was possible, he was able to accept this sort of situation as natural. Of virtually no concern was the series of events that led to Aoko's aggression towards him. The only thing that truly confused him was Aoko's blue fireball. Soujuurou swallowed up an audible gulp. To anyone who may have been watching, it was the response of a victim paralyzed by fear.
そういうことよ。ようやく理解してくれたわね。多くは語らないけど、あなたにはここで死んでもらう。魔術は隠匿するもの。なんて言っても、そっちには関係のないことだし。単に運がなかったって思えばいいわ。大事なのは、私があなたを殺したってことだけだから。
Whoa. Done talking, Aoko once again lifted her right arm. There was a hum like a machine. Blue light began to revolve around her arm beneath her sleeve. This was taking longer than last time, leading Soujuurou to believe that it was going to be much stronger than the attack that was scorching the wall behind him. The realization caused his panic to heighten.
いやなんだつまり始末するとかしないとかあの夜のお化けは青崎だったとか都会は本当に込み入ってるとかそういうことじゃなくて。
His thoughts became jumbled. His heart pounded like a hammer. This was no time to be standing still. He was not sure if the girl in front of him was really human, and more importantly, even if he could accept the events unfolding before him when all was said and done.
待て、人殺しはいけないんだぞ。
Part of the church, huh? Yeah, I caught that. I was gonna comment on it, but figured I'd just throw it in the back of my mind for now. Said Aozaki, or even whether she's part of the church. Because I assume somewhere in the back of his mind, maybe he knows about a little bit about the magecraft world and knows that mages and the church don't like each other, and he's thinking to himself, if she's a mage, why is she part of the church? Or something like that, I don't know. Wait, it's wrong to kill people, he says. Even if it was a fact of life in the city, Soujuurou was not about to lie down and die.
分かってるわよ、そんなことは。
Soujuurou's scream, still entirely oblivious, was just a thing to invoke Aoko's full wrath. Aoko fired a barrage of magical blue bullets. In an instant, Soujuurou dashed into the shadows behind him, into the entrance of the House of Mirrors. He darted feverishly down the hall. After a mere few feet, he was left completely out of breath. This was due to his shock at seeing yet another attack, fiercer than the first, that he'd never seen in his life, and because he couldn't shake the thought that if he had moved even a second later, he would be dead. He could not afford to stop. The sound of merciless footsteps closed in behind him. He threw everything into his legs and he sprinted. A straight, narrow passage about 60 feet long connected the entrance to the main lobby. At this rate, if he could just make it to the main lobby, he was sure he would be able to find as many hiding spots as he needed. He arrived in a large open space. This was the first floor lobby. There was 3 passageways. One led to the basement floor, one connected to the first floor maze, and the other was a set of stairs leading to the second floor. Soujuurou did not particularly care which one he chose, so, trusting his intuition, he made a run for the first floor maze when... Bro ran into the mirror. He smacked his head into a transparent wall.
鏡？
ええ、面倒だけど、それならフェアでしょ。追いかける方にも逃げる方にも有利不利がある。
A somehow cheerful voice echoed in his direction. There was no need for Soujuurou to even turn around. In the very same mirror he had just crashed into, he could see Aoko Aozaki's figure slowly approaching.
それと、1階の奥にある出口は封鎖しといたから。結界じゃなくて物理的に。やりすぎて封鎖っていうより瓦礫？土砂崩れ？どっちでもいっか。とにかく下手に出口に近づくと崩落に巻き込まれるから。生き埋めが嫌なら近寄らないことね。
Panicked by the impending footsteps, Soujuurou groped for the wall. He could see the stairs to the second floor. He did not understand what Aoko meant earlier, but he at least knew that the first floor was not going to save him.
ま、私としてはそっちのが助かるけど。形式上、事故死の方が後始末とか楽だから。
Behind him was a creature beyond words. As she continued her idle taunting, she lifted her right arm, ostentatiously. Even from above her clothes, one could see some kind of strange, incongruous pattern on her body. The veins beneath her skin. They made it seem as though something inhuman was circulating in her body. Whether out of pity or repulsion, Soujuurou stopped for just a moment. His pursuer evaded his gaze.
ああ、これ？普段は塗り薬で隠しているんだけど、今日は特別。魔術刻印って言ってね、魔術師の証みたいなものよ。ほら、光が回ってるでしょ？これがさっきのスナップ。わかりやすく言うと弾丸の元。今日は調子いいし、私、魔力を効率よく使うのだけは自信あるし。うん、あと30回ぐらいかな。さっきみたいな奏者ができるのは。
Perhaps she was on an emotional high, for her voice had become frightfully friendly. The substance of the conversation could not have been any more unsettling, however.
そもそも何を言っているかよくわからないんだけど、青崎。
わからない？段数はあと30発ってこと。そこまで逃げ切ればあなたの勝ちよ。とりあえず今日のところはね。
今日はって明日もあるのかな。
This motherfucker, dude. Soujuurou knit his brows. Aoko's expression creased into a scowl at his behavior. Although he was panicking, it seemed that deep down he still did not feel the full weight of the crisis. She knew he still didn't get it.
宣言はしたわ。自由時間はこれでおしまい。まだ罵り足りないだろうけど、ま、その手の時間はキリがないしね。この辺りで諦めて。
It appeared Aoko had prepared this theatrical dialogue ahead of time, not to allow her opponent time for futile pleading, but to give him the time to curse her, his killer. Such forthrighteousness was her modus operandi. With this victim, however, it was not going as she had hoped.
とにかくそういうことだから。じゃ、狩りの時間と行きましょうか。
Her voice was void of emotion, and her eyes ruthless as they bored into her prey. This time, Soujuurou finally accepted that he was going to die. Silent as the dead, it stepped into the remnants of a dream that had long since seen no visitors. There was no wind this night, nor a soul to be seen. Still, it heard the echoes from within, clasping its hands together, and grinned. Its form, with hands clasped, resembled that of a budding tulip. The bearing of this artificial flower reflected in the cloudy mirror of the ticket attendant's office next to the gate. Next to it stood a display board, corroded by years upon years of rust. Number of visitors today, 2. Number of visitors today, The board had graffiti crudely crawled atop one of the words. It was replaced with deaths. The records board had long ago fallen into disrepair. After taking a full 10 seconds to digest what it was looking at, it made its own revision. Number of visitors today, 3. Number of deaths today, 1. After appending this number with an index finger, she smiled like a flower. Then she began to walk towards the source of the sound. It had been 10 minutes since the raspity had begun to echo from the House of Mirrors. The amusement park's entrance returned to it as it was before, soulless. In the end, even if Soujuurou had been the luckiest man alive, there was no way he should have been able to escape. The question, however, was how much of this was by design, and how much was sheer coincidence. Even Aoko, who had made all the arrangements, had no answer. Indeed, there were only 3 things she could say. It was taking longer than expected. He was putting up more resistance than she had anticipated, and that choosing the House of Mirrors had been a mistake. She had really screwed the pooch on this one. The location itself was an excellent choice, as the House of Mirrors was the perfect hunting ground, but seeing her own incompetence reflected in the mirrors was beginning to grate on her. The moment Aoko's right arm began to glow, Soujuurou made a beeline for the staircase in front of him. A strobing series of blue flashes lit the room behind him. The hunter calmly followed her prey, and the prey desperately ran for his life up the stairs.
注文通り。そうでなくっちゃお膳立てした甲斐がない。
In the stark contrast to Soujurou's frenzied escape, Aoko walked briskly up the stairs. She elected not to run after the prey in order to maintain a set distance. As she lacked confidence in her accuracy, she would be the most challenged if Soujuurou bull-rushed her and went down fighting. But at this distance of 30 feet or so, he posed no threat. By the time her prey drew near, she could fire 10 shots at him she could fire 10 shots and hit with at least 4 of them. Their positioning just a moment ago hadn't been ideal. At this distance in a space this open, there was a chance, however small, that it could turn into a fistfight if he flanked and charged her. Currently, Aoko's best weapon was the bullets on her right arm. If she was going to capitalize on that disadvantage, it was in her best interest to not close the gap between them. If there was a good time to approach, it was only after her prey had become exhausted and had lost the will to continue. Would she pierce his leg, shoot him in the back, or perhaps would he just give up after losing himself in the labyrinth? The hunt would end with her target sustaining some sort of injury and becoming unable to run. On Soujurou's end, he could barely bite back, on screaming as he bolted through the maze. Even running in a straight line had become difficult, much less searching for an exit. The corridor stretched out far before him, or so the mirrors blocking the path had made it seem. Panicked, he made a turn to the right. Dude, you already know Ufotable animating this is gonna be fucking crazy. with their insane like 3D animation style that they do with the 2D over the 3D shit, the mirror shit's gonna be crazy. Clutching his head in his right arm, Soujuurou led with his left leg, groping through the air to see whether a wall was there or not. He dove down the hall to his left, narrowly dodging the bullets targeting his life. Urged by the sound of approaching footsteps, he ran without thinking. That last one was close. A hair closer would have meant his life. He caught the odor of burnt hair from the back of his neck. He was very lucky, or perhaps very unlucky. If he were actually lucky, he would not be in this situation in the first place. The second floor of the House of Mirrors was structured like a giant spiral. It It wound left, starting from the outside wall. Eventually, it would lead to a dead end. The more he tried to escape, the more concerned he would become, as though he were trapped in a twisted guillotine. His stifled screams threatened to leak out as complaints. No matter what he did, he was going to be killed. All of his struggling merely served to prolong the inevitable. Yet he ran. No matter how many mirrored walls he rammed himself into, he ran. Even after crashing so hard that his forehead bled and he saw stars, he still ran. Pain shot through him at every turn. The more frantically he ran, the more intensively he smashed into the invisible walls. His body began to understand this rule and begged him not to run anymore. His breath was already ragged after sprinting a couple hundred feet. No matter how he thought about it, this was not normal. This was way too crazy. This was all some sort of bad joke. If he turned around now, she would apologize to him for taking things too far. His mind had gone blank. As his body continued to slam into the mirrors again and again, his feet slowed as they began to believe that perhaps it really was all a joke. But then, he felt a chill. A touch of death upon his neck. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Soujuurou knew this kind of terrible chill far too well. Ever since he had arrived at the city, he had come face to face with more than one or two near-death experiences. For someone who did not understand the city life, his present predicament was not unlike when he experienced the traffic on the streets or the commuter rush on the station platform. He was far from an innocent babe, unable to comprehend life or fear. Ted, what's up? Thank you so much for the 23-month resub. Holy moly. With Prime. Chat, did you guys know that you can link your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch account and subscribe to your favorite streamer for free? If you subscribe to the Maximizing Broadcast, you can subscribe for $6 a month or for free with the Twitch Prime, and you get access to cool emotes and ad-free viewing. It's very cool. He was far from an innocent babe, unable to comprehend life or fear. Rather, everything he had ever known became irrelevant when he was flung into a completely different cultural sphere. Even society's promises of safety, something urbanites took for granted, were threats unknown. So he was used to this already. Though if he were to be honest, he was dissatisfied with some things. Things superfluous to necessity. This world was overflowing with valueless things, and they were all dangerous in some way. Even the everyday necessities sold at the convenience store were, as far as he was concerned, amazing tools. Civilization had raised the standard of living so high that it numbed humanity's sense of danger. The city's constant pursuit of wealth and convenience was a poison to a country boy like Soujuurou. And he did not have the capacity to accept these conveniences. That it was possible for such conveniences to easily and suddenly be misused and cause unintended accidents had always made him anxious. Why? He had to wonder why he was even here. How ironic. It took the real threat of death to finally make him realize, like a divine revelation, that he'd failed to understand until now. He'd always had to expect the unexpected. Near-death experiences were more common than one might think. To begin with, safety was something that came at a price. Being alive meant that the opposite was also lurking around the corner. It was just like a streetlight at night. When the sun rose, its illumination would naturally disappear. Another barrage of strange projectiles whizzed mercilessly by him. He recalled, in the back of his mind, the charred remains of someone at the hands of that blue flame 2 nights prior. Somehow, this situation reminded him of a horse being led by a dangling carrot. For now, he lifted his head and continued to run through the labyrinth. But for what purpose? Though he knew the pain in his chest was very real, he felt disconnected from it. The night sky visible through the skylight was a muddy ultramarine, no longer resembling the one he knew. And managed to calm himself. Soujuurou began to laugh in despair, as though something rather precious had been broken. Everything had become meaningless anyway. Even so, his legs somehow made their way forward at the sight of her reflection in the mirror. Like a game of cat and mouse, Soujuurou fled through the labyrinth of the mirrors. Then, after 4 minutes, that strangely unreal tension ended. The 9th shot of blue light hit inches away from him. It exploded the moment it made impact, launching Soujuurou into the opposite wall. Of all the fire he had taken thus far, this shot indisputably brought him the closest to death. Groaning, he collapsed on the floor. His back was on fire with the pain. He was not bleeding, and was lucky he could even scream. Yet his body refused to move. Physically and mentally, he still had something to spare. The pain was not so bad that he couldn't get back up. It was just that there was a skylight above him, and he could glimpse the dark of the night sky beyond. The feeling that overcame him was a raw, selfish bout of grief. Oh, it was just so cruel to have to stare at that for the remainder of whatever short life he had left. Soujurou's ragged breath slowed. For all intents and purposes, he had given up. He had given up fleeing from the pursuer's footsteps, and perhaps even the root of all of his problems.
まあ、青崎に殺されるならいいかな。
Soujuurou Shizuki felt things that, in any other circumstance, he would never feel. Incidentally, without exaggeration or embellishment, this was the only mistake he had ever made in his entire life. Staring vacantly into the night sky above, Soujuurou listened as the footsteps drew nearer.
Give up?
It was the closest her voice had ever been to him. Perhaps feeling that he had given up, she approached his collapsed form. In the dark, mirror-lined corridor, he could not make out her expression. Without a word, Soujuurou raised his eyes to meet his murderer.
返事がないならそれでいいけど。調子狂うわ。普通どうして殺そうとするのかぐらい聞くものじゃない？
Aoko spoke from within the shadows. His eyes widened in bewilderment. Now that she had mentioned it, he realized that would have been the obvious question to ask. He had more or less picked up that fact that he was going to be killed for learning some secret, but it was human nature to want to know more.
そっか。それはそうなるな。
A simple affirmation. His face was a mixture of resignation and forlorn longing. He thought for a moment before.
でも言う必要はない。聞きたくないんだ。そういう。
He responded in a mature, subdued voice. His response was clear, rather gallantly so.
そう。じゃ、殺すけど。死ぬの怖くないの？
怖いに決まってる。何より痛そうだ。
His face turned wry as he objected, to which Aoko frowned. Nonchalant as he could be, he was honest about his feelings.
そりゃ怖いでしょ。私だって怖いと思うし。でも悪いわね。我慢して。人でなしと罵ってくれて結構よ。今の私は本当にその通りだから。そういった意味じゃあんたと同じ。普通の道徳がないのよ。だから、必要なら人も殺せる。
Soujurou's finger twitched in response to her indifferent tone, as if to say that despite having given up on just about everything, his body could not let those words slide.
人殺しなんて良くないぞ。
わかってるって言ってるでしょ。
Aoko raised her right hand. The light from the crest illuminated her face. It goes without saying that her expression was unchanged. She was not crying, nor was she smiling. She was a young woman who had exercised her feelings. Deal with it was another thing Soujuurou could not let slide. Soujuurou could read on Aoko's face that she was not herself. She was in pain, and to a degree he had never seen in her.
すまない。ちょっといいかな。
何？ここまで悲壮感を盛り上げておいて、やっぱり逃げるなんてのは却下よ。
He unconsciously smiled at Aoko's ruthless counter and breathed a sigh of relief. He had misread the pain he saw in her face. This was the same Aoko. Soujuurou laughed out loud in genuine joy, a laugh that most other people would have taken as an insult.
遺言でも聞いてあげようと思った私が甘かった。っていうか、今の小馬鹿にした笑いがあんたの遺言ってことで OK？
いや、そうじゃなくて、あそこにいる人は青崎の友人なのか？
Out of nowhere, Soujuurou pointed behind Aoko.
はぁ？
Aoko thought that it must have been that old, overused distraction technique. Look over there! If this had been a Japanese comedy act, this would be the part where she gave him a whack with a paper fan. But after giving it a second thought, she realized Soujuurou didn't have the capacity for understanding old or even new tricks.
あんた、何言って。
You see it right there? Perhaps his honest disposition had been to his benefit. Without thinking, Aoko gave in to her curiosity and turned her gaze during the direction in which his finger was pointing. And there, something that should not have been there in the maze, something with a creaking, wooden smile. It was the ominous, creepy, uncanny figure of a girl. An unusual figure with 2 arms and 2 legs stood silently in the darkness. If only for a moment, its beauty, which was even apparent from afar, dulled the insanity of the current situation. Extend, extend, extend. The utterly unknown threat made Aoko freeze on the spot. Avoiding it didn't even occur to her. Humans possess intelligence and knowledge, but when confronted with the unknown, they fail to process what to do, and... A shriek escaped Aoko's mouth. The magical attack crossed the 30-foot gap in an instant. The arm of the girl who had appeared at the rear of the corridor was slender and quick. It extended to a near impossible length, striking Aoko from behind. Aoko crashed into the wall. She fought back with an anguished whimper. The attacker retracted her arm.
Aozaki!
Soujuurou sprang to his feet. He darted to her side and used all of his strength he could muster to get her up to her feet. He could not believe how light she was. In Soujurou's mind, Aoko was an extraordinary individual. He'd expect that if he were to ever touch her, it would be apparent she was far stronger than he, but in reality, she felt about as heavy as you would expect a 100-pound girl to feel. Meanwhile, that thing continued to reel its arm as if it were some sort of mechanism. Having extended more than 30 feet from the elbow joint, it clanked as if it returned to its previous shape and size.
大丈夫か？
やめてよ。わからないわ。なんでそんな顔できるの？
Aoko tore her hand away from Soujurou's. Suddenly, she felt her knees buckle from under her, but Soujuurou caught her before she could hit the ground and helped her to her
無理
feet.
するな。で、あいつは知り合いか？
He looked back at the eerie shadow 30 feet away as it finished retracting its arm.
そうね。似たようなやつとは命をせめぎ合った仲よ。
Aoko grabbed her lower back as she answered. A searing pain shot through her.
でも、痛いっちゃ痛いけど、打撲だけ。あれだけ絶好の奇襲をしておいて。それとも、この距離じゃ当たっても致命傷にならない。なんて、 何か別の意味があると見るべきね。
Aoko tried to steady her breathing as she assessed the damage done to her back. The pain was quick to fade in her breathing and return to normal. For the time being, her motor functions were no longer hindered, which meant the real damage was elsewhere. It attacked her magical circuits or some shit. It kind of looks like her too, and knowing that, just going off of like what little I do know about the story, because we know her older sister has the doll shop, right? I believe the doll shop that shows up at the end of Heavenswheel is owned by her older sister, and the fact that her older sister's in the town and it freaked the fuck out of Soujuurou. I don't know, he felt like some kind of murderous intent from her, and I'm assuming she's the one that makes the dolls, and the fact that she was able to put Shiro's like soul in one of them, I don't know. They're more than just dolls. There's some weird shit going on with the dolls, and the fact that it kind of looks like Aoko in a way. Maybe it like steals her magic crest or some shit. I don't know. We'll see. It did something to her magic crest, I think, though.
分かってるわ。黙ってて。
Blue light glowed across the gloom. The magical energy generated by her breathing was accumulating in her right arm. If magical energy was the fuel, the formula was the igniter. For Aoko, this was little more than a reenactment of 2 evenings ago. Next time the puppet extended its arm, Aoko would fire a magic bullet as fast as she could. A battle at approximately 30 feet. As long as Aoko could secure a 2-second window, she could create a counterattack to end the duel. It made its move. With its head tilted down, there was no expression to be seen, and in the darkness, its apparent age was impossible to make out. To the 2 humans, the puppet was not dissimilar from a faceless ghost. See how its hair is kind of like in the style of Aoko's? It's a different color, obviously, but the style's kind of the same. Its left arm slowly came up with a grinding sound. Its movements were dull, as if the joints were rusty. The right arm, which had been extended earlier, hung at its side. Though the puppet's mouth was hidden by its long locks, the sense was that it was smiling.
さっきと用途が違う。あれが本命。しずきくん、どいて。
If it fires like blue bullets, like if it uses out Aoko's move, it totally like stole her magic crest or some shit. Okay. She threw herself into Soujuurou and extended her hand, its arm extending at that very moment. The timing was impeccable. In a single second, Aoko's snap bullet scored a direct hit on the opponent's arm, throwing off its trajectory and sending it crashing into the puppet's body with a violent explosion. Or at least, that is what would have happened had the magic formula been invoked. Yeah, it fucked with her magic circuits. She barely avoided being struck once again. When her magecraft failed, her intuition took over and she managed to get away.
やられた。最初のはそういうことか。
She clenched her teeth in frustration, her thoughts racing a mile a minute. Fight or flight? It only had one arm left, which would take time to retract. This was the best shot Aoko had at defeating it. If she could evade the right arm just a fraction, she could get close enough to...
Vivo insum, solitare puturis inferis. Ictius meus obitus dies, et meus nativus dies. Teobeam.
Yui! Translate! That's her right there. In slumber I live, in dirt I rot, alone. Today is the day I died and was born. I come to you. Oh, is it Latin? A crackle echoed through the corridor. The poetic murmurs contained enough magical energy for a mage to perceive. The verse itself was Latin, but it contained hints of the language of curses. Gonder! Originally, they were words meant to curse a hated adversary. However...
Mea animae mortalis, ote me futura negata sunt. Manes sum. animam definire ambiguum est. Teodi et te am. Conveniamus insomnio ipso.
My life is immortal, though my future was destroyed. I am a ghost. The definition of life is ethereal. I hate you. I love you. Let us meet in a dream. The puppet was directing the words at itself? Curses beget curses. The victim calls down a curse on an assailant, creating a vicious cycle of negativity. The incantation was meant to do just that. However, this was ultimately a one-puppet show. An unprecedented source of power akin to auto-intoxication. As unbelievable as it seemed, the cycle of curses had been turned into a perpetual motion device.
何それレベル高すぎじゃない
Aoko abandoned the idea of digging her heels in. It was time to flee with all due haste.
何してんのあんたも来る
She grabbed Soujurou's hand and ran as fast as she could, deeper into the realm of mirrors. The crackling voice continued its murmuring behind them.
Proximi mich negligentes ferunt. Omnes nos peccantes fuimus. Et omnes nos edem fuimus. Omnes nos peccatores sumus. Venit domum meum. Lut simile somnium. Et pulvere simile quotidianum. Corporebo.
My neighbors neglected me, not an innocent among us. Among us? We are all sinners. We are all sinners. Welcome to my house. May we die a muddy death, from dust to dust. Gouge out my heart.
Te judico.
Death be upon you. What's up, Jason? Aoko fought against the pain in her back as she ran through the mirrored corridor. She dragged Soujuurou by the hand.
Aozaki, 傷は
別に背骨が痺れてる程度よ内臓は平気だし出血もないみたい
She cursed inwardly at how much of a mess she felt, though. Unlike Soujuurou, Aoko did not run into any transparent walls. Thanks not to superior sight, but rather preparation, she'd hammered the layout of the building into her memory.
平気ってわかるのか
そりゃ自分の体だもの身体管理は基礎中の基礎よ
Aoko's matter-of-fact answer contrasted with Soujurou's nervous questioning. The corridor grew shorter with each and every turn. At first, they were able to advance in a straight line for about 100 feet at a time, but by now, they were forced to turn a corner every 50 feet or so.
あいつはあの夜の
多分ね同じタイプだと思う貴重なオートマタを惜しげもなく使い捨てるなんてよっぽどお金持ちなんだろうけど
Soujuurou furrowed his brows. He was grateful that she was answering his questions, but baffled by the strange words she was using.
青崎ストップもう随分走ったぞ
Are they inside of like a reality marble or something? Or didn't they say there was a bounded field that was a house of mirrors in itself that was akin to true magic? Maybe they're stuck.
あいつは曲がり角一つ分向こうだ少し休もう
His words suggested that he was still concerned about her injuries. Aoko shook her head in irritation.
あの距離を狙ってくる相手に通路一つ分のリードは無意味よ
Soujuurou nodded. With that matter settled, he asked,
なんで俺を連れて行ってるんだ
逃げられたくないからじゃないバカ
Answering curtly, Aoko glared at her naive prey. The two of them headed for the next corner. Their legs began to slow as they rounded one more. Aoko rubbed her back as she tried to catch her breath. Though Aoko had insisted that she was fine, it appeared to have been bravado. Even the usually clueless Soujuurou felt the desperation they were in. He stood behind Aoko with his arms folded. While they had a moment, he tried to make sense of everything. First, Aoko had nearly killed him. Though he was saved at the last possible second, it was by the strange, stretchy woman Aoko had burned to ashes 2 nights prior. He could barely make it out that night, but he considered it a her because it looked female. The woman's attack wounded Aoko's back and forced her to flee. Aoko had taken Soujuurou with her, claiming that the reason she did was to prevent her prey from escaping. In other words,
青崎はまだ諦めてないんだな。
I fucking love this guy, man.
当たり前よ。あんなやつ、仮に2体と半分始末しても、あんた用の余力は残せるわ。
Her tone was sharp, but even Soujuurou could see that she was struggling to stay confident. The damage to her body was too much to afford her any optimism. Still, the fury in her eyes refused to accept her circumstances.
中がところどころショートしてる。あの右腕は回路を混戦させるジャミングってわけね。
Though her proper response would have been for her to tremble in fear, she did nothing to shake her fist in anger. At least she, dude, can I just say I appreciate that we actually have some smart fucking characters? I think the only thing so far this chapter that I kind of took issue with was just the exposition Aoko had when she was like firing at Soujuurou. It was just kind of like, no one does that. When she was just talking out loud about like what she was gonna do and what her plan was, and she kind of like I guess it was just her character to like want Soujuurou to beg or something like that, but it's kind of like unneeded exposition when she was like about to kill him when they first entered the place. She was stalling herself. It would have been nice to have some of her own thoughts, because we were only getting Soujurou's thoughts, and I guess it was just from Soujurou's perspective, that whole thing, but it would have been nice to get some thoughts that she had in that sense, because like if she was stalling herself, I don't know, it would have been nice to hear that in her head, considering we were hearing everything in Soujurou's head. But I do really like how we actually have a character that's smart enough to actually understand and pick up what we, the reader, do, and it's like right afterwards too. It's like I've always talked about how like good writing is making the characters like just dumber than you expect the reader to be. Like you kind of expect the reader to pick up on what the doll did to her, like it did something to her spells, and she picks up this like literally like only a minute later. Aoko deep down probably doesn't want to kill him, but she feels that it's her duty to help or some shit. It's implicit though, she's just extremely very much a tsundere. It's for her own peace of mind. More soon than dairy. Anyways. My magic circuits are shorting out like crazy, which means that the right arm of hers must be jamming my spells, though the proper response would have been for her to tremble in fear. She did nothing but shake her fist in anger. The disruption of formulae was only supposed to work on absolute beginners. If it had been her roommate, the arm would have been repelled the instant it hit her and the attacker's circuits burned out, rather than her own. Attempting to establish a link to the magical circuits of another mage was like presenting your heart on a silver platter. It would be of no use in battle against a superior mage. What was the absolute metal shit that Kiritsugu did in Zero to take out a mage's circuits? Didn't he like ground up his own ribcage and made bullets out of it? Fucking crazy. How did that work exactly? I can't remember. Origin bullet. I remember he grounded up like his lower ribcage. He shot Kaneth with the bullets containing his origin, which was meant to cut and tie at me. Like conceptually, how's that work though? I can't remember. Like how did it actually sever a mage's circuits? How did that work exactly? He cut Kaneth's circuits and tied them together, but the tying caused clots that explode. It severs circuits and ties them back incorrectly. It forces his origin upon another. His origin basically jumbled the wiring of the circuits. Okay, I still don't get it, but like conceptually that doesn't make sense to me. Like how, like why did his, like how did his rib, like the dust, they grounded up his ribs, right? or like the 2 lower ribs. They cut them out with surgery, ground them up into powder, put them into the bullets, and firing, like, why did they do that, is what I was wondering, I guess. Because that's kind of like what's happening here. Or I guess it's different, but the doll punched her in the back, her spine. Attempting to establish the link to the magical circuits of another mage was presenting your heart on a silver platter. It would be of no use in a battle against a superior mage. All mages have an origin, and Kuritsugu's is to cut and tie. Where does that come from? I haven't watched Zero in like four fucking years, so don't remember any of this exposition. And yet, her adversary had been designed to do just that. Coupled with the attacks of areas of Misaki under Aoko's jurisdiction, these last few weeks, it was a clear statement from the enemy who had revealed itself as a fellow mage 2 days ago. In other words, the puppet saw Aoko as no threat at all.
敵ながら正確な判断だこと。
While she was still angry, the whirlwind of emotions within her started to fade. Her face was that of a hunter beyond her years.
なんか、俺の時より真剣だな。
まあね、あんたの時は遊びが入ってたし。
うん。
Soujuurou was not sure whether to be happy or sad at that.
わからないことだらけで何を聞いていいかわからないんだけど、一つだけいいか。
Aoko didn't respond. Her eyes were focused on the darkness before them. The silence was heavy, and the darkness was like a noose closing in on them. But Soujuurou continued in spite of her indifference.
青崎は、あいつも殺すのか。
A stillness fell over them. It was as if the gloom was pulling them in. No response. Their breathing was the only sound echoing in the dim corridor. There stood Soujuurou, forcing her to confront her sins, and the magician girl who continued to ignore them. They spent a few seconds seemingly frozen in time.
そう。それがあなたのキーワードみたいね。
Aoko whispered in a lifeless tone. Her sigh was tinged with both resignation and contempt.
何？
独り言よ、忘れて。それと、言っとくけど、あいつは人間じゃないわ。信じられないだろうけど、自分の意志で動く人形なの。この前のも、今のやつもね。
Soujuurou nodded as he processed the information. Not only did he not doubt her story, but he seemed to have accepted it at face value.
なんか落ち着いてるわね、あなた。
まさか、もう何が何だかわからないから、あまり考えないことにしてるだけだ。ただ、人形に関しては別にどうということはない。
え、もしかして他でも自動人形を見たことあるとか？
ん？都会の人形ってああいうものじゃないのか？
ね。
She barely stopped herself from falling to her knees. Of course, how could she have forgotten? She was dealing with a bona fide natural-born moron. As a student who transferred from the isolation of the mountains like an endangered species, his utter lack of common sense rendered anything miraculous as mundane. If automobiles were moving hunks of metal, then moving puppets were nothing to write home about. Wait, that meant, to him, the incident from the other night hadn't been extraordinary at all. He might have just assumed it was an everyday occurrence in the city.
参った。いっぺん頭の中覗いてみたいっていうか、ほんと、ここまで来ると感心するわ。調子が狂うのも当然だった。普通は私に襲われた時点でもっと違う反応をするはずなのに。化け物とか、お化けとかさ。でもあなたにとっては、そういうこともある、で済まされてたわけなんだ。なんかバカみたいね、私。
Her strained face returned to normal for a moment. It hit her. There had been another way to handle this without anyone even getting hurt. but the damage had already been done. There were no do-overs in life, nor should there be. Her own mistaken assumptions had sent this situation spiraling out of control, but now that Soujuurou was involved, she had to make sure that her secret was safe with him. Even if there had been another, better option, that ship had sailed. Human relationships were ultimately driven by mutual misunderstandings. They were like tapestries, woven from mismatched intentions. Okay, Nasu. Fucking poetic as hell. Break time was over. There stood Aoko Aozaki and Soujuurou Shizuki. Their first ever idle conversation had come to an end. Not that they had a choice in the matter. It was the jarring murmuring from around the corner that cut it short.
Nemo nus memnit, vedroit extinct sest. Initio eraberamos dom brevimus dolores sunt. Nemo adiuvat.
Nobody remembers my funeral. My mourners have long since perished. We were born wrong. Life is suffering. Somebody save me. The enemy was just about around the corner, visible in the mirrors parallel to it.
悠長に話してる場合じゃないわね。とにかく今は距離を。
In contrast to Aoko's elegant blues, its lights were malicious red. Gander! It's Rin's fucking thing.
ガンダ打ち。
There was a momentary flash of light before she even extended her arm. But the instant she saw the enemy, her dormant feelings erupted once more.
さっきから邪魔なのよ。
She channeled all of her pent-up anger and shunted it into her right arm. The fog that filled the corridor was no magical weaving, but rather a barrier of raw energy. It was equivalent to setting ablaze 3 buckets of gasoline to create a wall of fire in the hope that it would stop an arrow in flight. If the puppet had attacked with its arm, it could have pierced such a wall easily, but because it had loosed curses with no definite form, the wall of energy repelled the attack. While it was a huge waste of magical energy, it was the only means Aoko had to protect herself at that very moment. Unfortunately, its protection was reserved for Aoko alone. Soujuurou held his hand to his mouth. While the curses had been weakened to the point where Aoko could no longer feel it, it had plenty of effect on Soujuurou, who was not a mage. As if it understood this fact, the puppet turned its gaze from Aoko to the unanticipated human behind her.
こいつは関係ないでしょ。
Enraged, she swung her arm forward once again. The blue light formed a wall to block the Gander for a scant few seconds. It was enough of an opening to exploit. Just as Aoko was forming the wall, the puppet pointed its right arm at her face and...
関係あるみたいだから逃げるぞ。
Before the rocket of death could be fired, Soujuurou scooped her up into his arms. How he mustered the strength to do so was a mystery, but he turned his back on the puppet and took off running. He was a nimble sprinter, resembling a deer leaping across obstacles. Soujuurou rounded 2 more corners, ignored whatever complaints Aoko was making, and eventually stopped in the middle of the second floor. He set her down.
よし、ここまで来れば少しは休めるな。
Soujurou's shoulders heavied as he caught his breath. As light as she was, running while carrying someone else would make anyone winded. She looked up at him in incomprehension.
こんな体力あったのに、なんで？
It made no sense to her. If he had the stamina to pick her up and run, surely he could have stood up and escaped when he had been downed earlier.
ああ、あの時は諦めてたから。
His words were unfiltered as ever. Though right then, fighting for their lives, he lacked some of his usual absent-mindedness.
諦めてたってどうして？
さあ、忘れた、そんなことは。
Though he may have turned away because he regretted saying it aloud, his words spoke volumes. For some reason, it pained Aoko to see him like that.
それより青崎、唐突に気分が悪いんだが、あの赤い光も、
ええ、魔術の類よ。ガンド打ちって言ってね。北欧の呪詛の一つ。魔術回路のある私には効かないけど、抵抗のないあなたには効果てきめんみたいね。
なんだ、青崎には効かないのか。じゃあ、危ないのはあの腕だけだな。
Aoko had no idea why he was so relieved, but she gritted her teeth and fought down the urge to snap at him. There was no use in yelling at a time like this. Above all, she felt that it would have been pretty petty in the extreme. Above all, she felt that it would have been petty in the extreme to voice her annoyance right now.
そうね。注意するのは伸ばしてくる腕だけ。大した相手じゃないわ、やっぱり。
This time, it was not false bravado. Such an enemy would normally be a breeze for Aoko Aozaki, but her shameful negligence had led to the disposition of her magical circuits, making her even less formidable than her enemy. At this point, Aoko had no way of attacking. The only option left was to wait for it to expend all of its magical energy, but its perpetual curse mechanism made that a non-starter. This game of tag would not end until one of them was dead. She realized that she was in the same position she had cornered Soujuurou in earlier. She glanced at her right arm. She could not imagine how she had gotten into such a mess with her magical energy at more than half of its capacity. This had been karma for having enjoyed toying with Soujuurou earlier.
呆れた。いるところにはいるものね、神様って。
She grumbled under her breath as she shifted her focus. She had fuel for the fire, but not the igniter. And that killing machine would chase her until the end of time if need be. What she should do next was blindingly clear. She had to get back to normal.
青崎、
ごめん、考え事してた。確か。よし、合ってる。しずきくん、そこに横道あるのわかる？
Aoko pointed, but he could not see anything but the walls of the corridor. For one thing, the floor had nothing but left turns, and Aoko was pointing to the right.
2階は中心まで行くと1階に降りる階段があるんだけど、それは私が壊したから使えないの。けど、ここの作りも意地が悪くてね。よく見れば、右に曲がる通路もあるのよ。上級者だけにわかる抜け道ってやつ。あとは注意して探せば、1階の階段までショートカットできる。悪いけど、一人で行って。
Aoko turned her back to Soujuurou and started walking in the opposite direction of the escape route and down the long corridor towards the puppet in pursuit.
あいつは無差別だから、ここで壊さないといけない。魔術師は、魔術師同士で争うのはいいんだけど、みだりに一般人に手を出しちゃいけないって決まりがあるの。あいつの目的は私のわけだし、結果がどうあれ、すっきりするでしょ。
If Aoko won, the puppet would be destroyed. If Aoko lost, its objective would be complete, and it would shut down. Either way, them going their separate ways would mean Soujuurou survived. This is what Aoko meant, though she explained it as if the events were happening to two totally different people.
運が良ければ入り口までたどり着けるわ。それじゃあ、また明日ね。
Even Soujuurou could tell she was just trying to act tough, but she had already disappeared around the corner by the time he thought to stop her. Mentally, Aoko bemoaned the disaster she was in. The quality of this puppet was a completely different level compared to the one at the park 2 days ago. An auto-incanting perpetual motion machine was a rarity in and of itself, but this puppet was also equipped for battle with its extending arms and Gondor-projecting crystalline eyes. It was a first-class product that, if put on market, would sell for hundreds of millions of yen. Although that was only when factoring in its value as an antique. For the purposes of combat, it would have made more sense to mobilize a significantly less expensive familiar. To use such a precious commodity as a tool for murder marked its puppet's master as a completely different breed of crazy from the enemies she had faced up until now.
Whoa. solitare putresque inferis. Ictius mers obitus dies, et mers nativus dies, Theoberum.
来たわね。
A sound of a crackling music box filled the air. The automata, animated by its own curses, approached. The corridor measured approximately 30 feet in length. Aoko lay in the wait around the corner further down the hall, anticipating the puppet's appearance. This was not to buy Soujuurou time to escape. Far from it. Aoko had concluded that she couldn't make a break for it under this current circumstances. Even if she did try to escape, and by some miracle made it out the House of Mirrors, that was as far as she could go. Outside, with no cover, Aoko would quickly be overtaken and skewered from behind. As long as her magecraft was disabled, escape was impossible. Instead, she chose to force the enemy back. Her situation was not the most favorable, but neither was the puppet's. Though this narrow hall gave Aoko no place to run, it, in turn, prevented the puppet from reaching full speed. That was the weak point of this machine. Automata of its era, had a tendency to struggle with minute changes in speed.
Setta.
Connecting. Setto. She flowed the energy into her shorted circuits. Her blood flow and magical energy supply were unstable. It would be difficult to construct a formula in this state. All she could do was harden her right arm by imbuing it with as much energy as she could. Doing so turned her arm into an improvised weapon like a hammer or a bat, assuming she could manage to get into a close combat range. This was the best she could do. All she needed now was a plan of attack. The question wasn't what weapon to use, but how to use the weapon she had. The simplest way would be to use the mirror's reflections to hide and then rush the puppet from its blind spot, except for one major problem. It did not have a sense of sight in the first place. The puppet's view of the world around it did not stem from a visual feedback, but from mapping the topography of its surroundings. In theory, it was the same as a bat's echolocation. The environment could be measured based on the emission and reflect and return a high-frequency sound of waves. Those chants served as sensor pulses. As far as the puppet was concerned, the mirrors were no better than transparent panes, making even the thought of an ambush laughable.
近づけば近づくほど、よりリアルに察知される。本当は遠距離からの狙撃が最適なんだけど、ガンドを撃ってくるなら、フィンの一撃ぐらい隠してるわよね。
Gondor was Scandinavian in origin, and considering its simplicity highly versatile, it was most effective at impairing a target's health by pointing a finger. Rin. As a single-action magecraft, it was limited to only causing illness, but there was a secret technique said to be the greatest mastery of the Gondor shot. The Fin shot. It could do more than cause simple illness. It was a deadly curse that could stop the heart. The wound on her back set her nerves on fire. An unarmed girl and a deadly automaton. It was clear that she was the one destined for death. She considered her slim chances of survival when... Oh! A vision sent chills down her spine. Quietly, using everything she could to clamp down on the feeling, Aoko faced her all-too-familiar illusion. She clenched her teeth to keep them from making a deafening clatter. But there, the sensation of fingers crawling up her neck, behind her, the specter stared and laughed. This alone made Aoko want to bolt. On top of it all, when Aoko tried to mentally simulate the coming fight, she estimated a 2 in 10 chance of dying in the first 5 seconds. 20%. At times, her predictions were harsher than reality. If Aoko fought the puppet 10 times, she would die twice. She could not stop herself from visualizing her own corpse. She imagined herself collapsing, crumbling under the puppet's curse. Her eyeballs swollen like a bullfish, blood and other fluids oozing from every bodily orifice. 1 in 5, 1 in 5, 1 in 5. A 1 in 10 chance of death was bad enough, but 1 in 5? It drove her crazy. Aoko forced down her heart as it tried to escape from her mouth. Taking in a deep breath, She peered at her own reflection. She thought back to that white night half a year ago. This, she decided, was nothing compared to that. 6 months ago, at the Kuonji estate. The hound of white roses, the wonder snatch that appeared from within the thick fog, had killed Aoko 100 times out of 10.
Me animam brutalis, otem eftura negata sunt. Manes sum, animam definira ambiguum est.
A dark curse shattered Aoko's daydream. It was only 30 feet away now. The puppet rounded the corner. Either side stood in the shadows, their forms indistinct. The puppet gave no warning. Without preamble, it swiftly fired a Gondor barrage. Just as Aoko planned, the curses fizzled out as they hit her mist-like barrier of magical energy. The protection would only last a few seconds, giving her just enough time to... Its stretchable spear sprang towards Aoko's face.
Bingo!
The lethal weapon grazed her cheek. All her experience analyzing puppet attack patterns gave her the wherewithal to evade the attack by a hair's breadth. It was one thing if a puppeteer were pulling the strings, but autonomous dolls have their limitations. Aoko had bet everything on this killing machine following a predefined template. The puppet would use a given attack for a given range, and she could adjust her tactics to that. Before its arm had a chance to fully retract, she charged the puppet. It was a risky gamble, but her overall chances were slim to begin with. The scales tipped in her favor. If her predictions were correct, there were 2 ways she would die. One was from a fin shot fired at that range. And the other was if the puppet's attack pattern was beyond her ability to foresee. Instantaneous mass transfer, otherwise known as mass displacement. Immediately after Aoko dodged the puppet's arm, something smashed into her abdomen. The head-on collision from its shoulders felt like a rocket. But where had the ability to propel itself come from? Puppets like this were not built to have the ability to jet around like that. Doing everything in her power to stay conscious in spite of the pain, Aoko could just make out what had happened. Yes, the puppet's arm had not returned to its body. It was lodged in the wall and reeled itself in from the other direction. Swallowing her surprise, she hastily pulled herself back up. Her abdomen, specifically her diaphragm, had been dealt a significant blow. The attacker left her disoriented. Thankfully, the puppet was surprisingly lightweight. Her bones and organs were all still intact, and she had sustained no life-threatening damage. She was having a hard time breathing, however. She was shaken, though she managed to keep her calm. In another 2 seconds, she'd come back to her feet. No, that was 2 seconds too long. She told herself to calm down. She was already calm. She'd only briefly lost her bearings. She was fine. She could recover her breath, her vision later, if only her body would move.
Intellectus non necessaris est, iesque escat. Nostro abulato fit. Ratio fix tantum est. Dolores nicium cerebrum fit.
Above her, Aoko could hear the warped noise of a powerful force. She could once more feel the touch of death.
Es salvatio, es salvatio, es salvatio.
The puppet was so close to Aoko that she could reach out and touch it. That also meant that it could reach out and kill Aoko. By intuition alone, Aoko rolled over to the puppet's right flank. Its arm was still embedded in the wall. From here, it could not attack. She had made the right decision and her dizziness faded.
Intellectus non necessaris est, iesque escat. Nostro abulato fit. Ratio fix tantum est. Lores mitiuncre brum fuit.
Cast off righteousness, lay piety to rest. We beasts are meant to consume each other. Life is but a decoration. Throw away your intellect. Pain powers the mind. Aoko pulled herself back up. It was her turn. Creepy. It was only an instant. Within this labyrinth of mirrors, she saw an image of herself.
We salvatum.
We die. A blinding, brilliant light flashed. Lacerations appeared across the walls. At that last moment, Aoko managed to thicken the magical energy running through her veins into a primitive form of magecraft resistance. It just barely saved her life from what must have been the puppet's ace in the hole. The puppet bore a striking resemblance to Aoko. This powerful curse was not satisfied with stopping Aoko's heart, but destroying her entire being. Aoko did not even have time to be shocked. This was her chance for a counterattack. The puppet's balance was so unsteady, its right arm, still embedded in the wall. Aoko prepared to give its defenseless body a strong kick, but her knees buckled, and she collapsed into a heap on the floor.
Vevo insomni. Solitare putres quiniferis. Ictius meus obitus dies. Et meus natibus dies. Theobeam.
In slumber I live, in dirt I rot alone. Today is the day I died and was born. I come to you. A sudden nausea and lightheadedness overcame Aoko. Her body temperature began to rapidly lower. She noticed too late. The puppet's curses circled the hall. The curse chant that the puppet used as a source of power doubled as a defense mechanism, crippling those who drew near with illness. She bore the full brunt the entire time she was close to proximity to it. Although Aoko had magical circuits, she was succumbing just as Soujuurou had. Languidly, she forced her deteriorating body to jump back. With all the energy she could muster, she forced her way past the exhaustion caused by the curse. However, Aoko's blood pressure took a steep nosedive, not from the curse-induced anemia, but from what happened in front of her. They stood in perfect harmony. In front of Aoko was the automata that shared her face, its left arm held out like an arrow. The deadly weapon shot forward and honed in on her heart. Wait a second. Then a moment before it made contact.
危ない。
Oh! The moment she heard that fearless voice completely out of place in the storm of violence, Aoko's body was pulled forcefully to the side. Once again, the extending arm cut through empty air. While the puppet quickly retracted its left arm, Soujuurou took the brief opportunity to take Aoko by the hand and flee at full speed. What's Cursed Hands Noble Phantasm called? Reminded me of that. Zambanya. Reminded me of that because it was kind of shaped like that and it went for her heart too. Soujuurou ran through the corridor as fast as he could, only stopping when he had enough distance between them and the puppet.
その、考えてみると、
Though he had saved her, she looked angry rather than grateful. This did not keep Soujuurou from saying his piece.
明日はどうも忙しいみたいなんだ。
In other words, let's finish this today. A rather awkward proposal. Aoko remained silent. She was also rather angry. Not that she could not figure out what made him tick, nor because he'd returned after escaping. Not even because he was spouting his typical airheaded lines. It was, she supposed, that instant. The fact when he grabbed her hand, her mind had gone completely blank Aoko. and Aoko found that unforgivable, which beckoned the response.
あなた、正気？
In the heat of the moment, she blurted it before she could stop herself.
それとも自殺願望でもあったわけ？私もあいつも、あんたなんか殺す対象に過ぎないのよ。少なくとも、恩を売る相手じゃない。言っとくけど、私、助けられたぐらいで曲がる信念は持ち合わせていないから。
Soujuurou nodded, clearly unperturbed.
青崎がそんな可愛らしいもんじゃないのは、この夜だけで骨身に染みてるよ。
She found herself slightly offended.
けど君は勘違いをしてるから、少し正そう。あいつの狙いは青崎だけじゃない。君だけじゃなく、俺も殺す気だと思う。
She was having none of it. Her eyes shot daggers his way.
話は最後まで聞く。どうしてかっていうと、1階の入り口あるだろ？あの細長い通路。なんでかあそこから先に進めないんだ。逃げたくても逃げ出せなくて、仕方なく戻ってきた。
Aoko's eyes widened ever so slightly in amazement. She felt admiration rather than shock that her enemy would go to such lengths.
それに、さっきので完全に敵扱いされた。あの人形、こっちをじろっと睨んできたし。いや、一瞬でよく見えなかったけど、生きた心地しなかったな。青崎も気をつけた方がいい。多分よっぽど怖い顔をしているに違いないぞ、あれ。
This motherfucker, you should be careful. That thing sure has a terrifying face. It's like literally her face.
それはご親切にどうも。
うん。なんでこれはもう他人事じゃないんだ。青崎と人形。結論として、どっちが勝っても俺は殺されてしまうんじゃないか？
Oh my fucking god.
そうね。そこまでやってるなら、目撃者は消すでしょうね。私みたいに。
だろ？でも、俺はあいつには殺されたくない。
え？
His words were decisive. As Aoko looked up at him, she could swear he was trying to encourage her. It was then that she realized. Soujuurou was looking even worse than before.
ちょっと待って。大丈夫なの？あなた。
まあ、醤油を一升瓶飲むよりはマシではないかと。
He tried to make light of the situation, but his forehead was clearly drenched in sweat.
そうか。さっき人形に近づいたから。
How could he possibly be able to withstand a curse that even made Aoko nauseous? She bit her lip, annoyed at herself for not noticing this earlier. Soujuurou was such an airhead that she hadn't even paused to consider his plight.
下で隠れていようとか思わなかったの？その方がどう考えても安全でしょ？
She really could not understand him at all.
それは青崎が言うセリフじゃないな。でもまあ、長話をしている時間もない。そろそろ追いついてくる頃だ。
He turned to look down the corridor. The crackling sounds of a music box could be heard creeping forth from the darkness.
さっき1階にいて考えたんだ。君がやられても俺は殺される。なら、まず奴をどうにかするべきだ。
あなた、何が言いたいの？
She asked a question to which she already knew the answer. She did it to put him to the test. If he wavered even a little, she would have killed him where he stood.
提案。あいつをやっつけるのに協力したら、俺のことは見逃してくれる？
助けられたぐらいじゃ信念は曲げないって言ったでしょ？それに、あなたに何ができるっていうの？
それは青崎が考えてくれ。得意だろ、そういうの。
The commander who had the overall picture was responsible for delegating the roles to their teammates. It was futile to depend on someone who was unable to grasp the situation or evaluate the enemy's strength. Soujuurou was proud to share that he knew this. He spoke the truth. Aoko was the only one who knew both Soujuurou and the automata. That was why he pointed out the following. that following her orders to the best of his ability was going to be the only thing that they could do. It may have seemed as though Soujuurou had surrendered his capacity for self-thought, but in accepting that he was helpless, he was in fact giving Aoko his complete trust.
じゃあ、私の指示に 100% 従うってこと？
ああ。それに、これは恩とか義理の話じゃない。一人だと分が悪いから二人でかかるだけだ。善意でも好意でもない。取引って言わないか？こういうの。
His eyes sparkled, as if it was bartering in its truest form.
まったく。
This child must have learned that from Tobimaru, Aoko thought. Though she refused to let him see it, she smiled inwardly. Sure, he had gotten the best of her just now. But there were times when defeat was not the worst outcome in the world.
労働と報酬ってわけね。それなら理にかなってる。うん。言いたくないけど。
She relaxed her shoulders and sighed. Her face cracked into a wicked grin, as if her fears had suddenly washed away.
それ、結構私の好みよ。
Aoko repaid Soujurou's trust in equal measure.
結構きついかもね。あなたの役目。
Aoko warned Soujuurou, moving as fast as she could without her footfalls causing a din of noise. Soujuurou remained near the center of the spiral maze on the second floor.
実を言うと、もう一つ用意しておいた仕掛けがあるの。自分でもやりすぎだって呆れたもんだけど、あなたがここに来るのが遅かったから。ちょっと興に乗っちゃって。
ん？仕掛けって俺用の？
Soujuurou tilted his head like a squirrel as Aoko freely discussed the final ace up her sleeve. Whoa, we got a map, chat?
地下の柱に着火型のちょっとした魔術式を刻んでおいたの。中心の柱に点火することで連鎖的に他の柱に仕掛けた魔術も起動する。ジャミングを食らう前に作ったものだから直接魔力を叩き込めば一気にこういくわ。
Boom! Soujuurou was a little unsettled by how unclear that last bit was.
青崎、こうじゃわからない。できるだけ明確にどこまで爆破する気だったのか白状してくれ。あと、もしかして俺早まったか？
いや、単なる保険っていうか、追いかけっこの途中であんたを見失ったらいっそ建物ごと爆破しちゃおうかなって。
It was her policy to be thorough to a fault. After all, she laughed embarrassingly to hear herself say it out
い
loud.
くらなんでも徹底しすぎてる。
Faced with Aoko's cruelty, Soujuurou forgot about the situation at hand and protested from the bottom of his heart.
何よ、いいじゃない。そのおかげでなんとかなりそうなんだから。
She shot back. Aoko dashed down the corridor, mumbling things that probably would have sent Soujuurou packing if he heard them. The strategy was simple. Aoko would use the escape route to the right and avoid the puppet while making her way down to the basement. Upon reaching the central pillar, she would infuse the formula she had prepared with magical energy and escape. Once ignited, it would take about a minute for the chain reaction to spread throughout the entire House of Mirrors and another minute for the building to collapse. She would be cutting it a little too close, but because she had committed the maze to memory, she was sure she could make it out on time. Aoko assumed that the chain reaction caused by the pillar would clear the barrier that the puppet had placed at the entrance. And even if it was strong enough to withstand the blast, it would not be able to stay standing once the foundations buckled. Soujurou's escape was assured as long as the formula in the basement was activated. Next came the most important part. The automata was at a disadvantage in the obstacle-laden House of Mirrors and was unable to move at full speed. If it was near the center of the second floor when the building collapsed, it would be caught up and crushed by it. So the problem was keeping the puppet on the second floor until Aoko could make it down to the
当てに
basement.
したからね、しずきくん。せめて3分ぐらいは引きつけて。
Ideally, He would be able to keep it busy until she could activate the formula. If that failed to work, him luring it down to the first floor would be the next best thing. She understood perfectly well the danger she was putting Soujuurou in, but his lucky streak and running speed were nothing to scoff at.
ただ逃げるだけなら、もしかしてとんでもないことをしてくれるかも、あいつ。
Aoko made her way through the hidden passage of the maze, her hopes pinned on Soujuurou. Meanwhile, well out of earshot, Soujuurou was readying himself for another desperate chase. He calmed his breathing heart using a method of his own making. He calmed his beating heart using a method of his own making. What mattered most was that he remained calm. The plan was simple enough. And Aoko's orders were, sufficient to be easy and understand.
10メートルぐらいの距離を保って、できるだけゆっくり通路を3、4周すること。横道は鏡のつなぎ目で覚えて。ここなら左回りで、6、3、7、2枚目にあるから、そこをぐるぐる回ってれば比較的安全よ。
It was essentially a looping marathon. As long as Soujuurou could keep enough distance from the puppet's extended arm to allow her to track him, she could continue to chase him indefinitely. Simple though the task was, Soujuurou was putting his life on the line as bait. And then there was the final order to run as fast as he could to the exit when the building began to sway.
結構じゃなくて、かなりきついんじゃないかな、これは。
He nervously stuck his head around the corner. He could hear the sound of the music box playing on the side of the corridor. First, he had made eye contact with it, then head through the shortcut on the right and begin the game of tag. He spotted it and braced himself. Closer, closer. Fearing that her arm could fly at him at any moment, he went over Aoko's instructions in his head.
What?
However, he could not quite remember which pane led to the first hidden passage. And I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. This motherfucker. Alright, I'm back, sorry. Fucking caffeine goes right through me, man. Holy moly. Alright, however, he could not quite remember which pane led to the first hidden passage. The third? The sixth? The ninth? No. He was sure that he was mistaken. He was confident that he had memorized moments ago, but his nerves had gotten the best of him, and his head was now spinning. Then, Soujuurou realized that the sound of his pursuer was beginning to grow distant, and at an incredible speed. Oh!
何?
The unusual silhouette of the puppet astonished him. Before it had taken the form of a beautiful girl, but now it made a bizarre transformation and returned to the first floor to pursue her primary target.
いや、それは...
Soujuurou was no longer sure what to do. Before he'd even had time to mourn his failure, the puppet had vanished out of sight. All help, so let me go. Or so he had said, but now he could not follow through.
さて、自分はこれからどうしよ
う。Alone, he tilted his head in frustration. He spoke into the darkness as if Aoko would be there to answer him. Meanwhile, downstairs, as soon as she arrived on the first floor, Aoko understood what had transpired above her. She did not even have time to strain her ears to hear the puppet. Even during its heyday, this attraction had never made sounds like the one she had heard coming towards her now. It was the sound of despair, as if a horde of monstrous hedgehogs were scraping their way past the mirrors in her direction. Ugh, I don't even like imagining what that sounds like.
どっち3分どころか10秒持たないってどういうことよ。
Rather than buying her time, Soujuurou had instead stolen hers. He had one job, to run away. That was all. She cursed him under her breath.
複数の足音。ってことは、二足から多脚に切り替えたのね。
Dude, the remix of this song, what the fuck? Sounds like some shit you'd hear out of Silent Hill. The echoes made it sound like dozens of feet were approaching. Aoko's mind conjured an image of a giant six-legged spider tearing its way down the corridor. It was little wonder that it was so much faster than before. Its perception of its surroundings through echolocation was a particular use in the dark. Compared to the sight-dependent humans, this automaton was far better equipped to navigating its way through the labyrinth of mirrors. If it could not keep pace earlier, that had been because its bipedal mode made it less maneuverable. Now, the stability provided by multiple legs gave it a speed that far exceeded that of any human. Her thoughts spun out as she tried to come up with a plan B. All she knew for sure was that this was a pivotal moment. If she continued standing still, she had seconds left at most. Even in her current state, she knew she could easily neutralize the bounded field blocking the entrance without casting a spell. All she had to do was feed a little bit of her own energy into it. Aoko could sprint with all her might for a little more than 3 minutes. The puppet had far more stamina than she did. She could only come up with 3 options. The first was to escape through the exit in front of her. The second was to hide somewhere on the more complicated first floor. And the third was to run into the basement and be stuck like a rat in a trap. She made her decision with zero hesitation, moving her stiff legs again with determined strength. The oncoming storm was almost upon her. Her resolve was firm. She turned and ran, descending into the darkness. No matter what, a finale should be glorious. This would be the Mirror Castle's final scene. 2 humans and a puppet. A young sorceress ran towards the subterranean heart of the castle, while an autonomous antique chased its prey into the depths of a demonic dungeon. A minute later, a faint blue charge would ripple throughout the castle. This was the main pillar in the deepest depths of the basement. Though not critical to the castle's structure, the pillar was a visible symbol of it. The girl concentrated her magical energy into a fist and thrust it into the pillar. This was the blow that would bring the castle down. She imagined the destruction as she threw her punch, and that scene blossomed into reality seconds later. It was a simple ignition magecraft, meant to release the condensed magical energy engraved into the pillar at the corners of the structure. Using electricity as a switch meant virtually instantaneous activation. It happened swiftly and elegantly. A hammer of destruction descended upon the castle of dreams that had stubbornly resisted its fate for 2 years. It was almost a joyous sound, and so the lifeless and abandoned castle of mirrors set the stage for its final and most spectacular performance. Aoko's magical energy became an electrical charge that activated the magecraft formula engraved into the pillar. The chain reaction would lead to the castle's destruction.
ご苦労様。でも、思ってたよりくたびれてたのね。
The plaza in the center of the basement. Aoko tried to steady her breathing while rotating her magical crest at full speed. She wreathed her arms in blue light, fully aware that she could no longer activate another formula. Her labored breathing refused to settle. She stood at the center of the basement. Without being spotted even once, she managed to make a break to the way to the... She managed to make it all the way to the central pillar. It was a 100-meter dash in 13 seconds flat, undoubtedly a new personal best. She spurred on her weakened heart, knowing full well the fate that awaited her.
入れば追ってくる。地下に行けば逃げられない。当然よね。最後まで逃げ回ろうなんて虫のいい話だった。
Hindsight was 2020. The castle was only a minute away from collapsing entirely. If they stayed here, they would both be crushed by the rubble. The puppet certainly did not care. With no life of its own, its sole concern was the elimination of its target, Aoko Aozaki. Indeed, the enemy had been willing to die from the start. She resented her own lack of resolve. It wasn't like her to tuck tail and run from an opponent that didn't fear death.
Vivo insomni, solitare putoresco inferis. Ictius meus obitus dies, et meus nativus dies, te obeam.
そもそも自爆覚悟じゃない、あれ。六足歩行とフィンの一撃は使いすぎよ。もう呪詛による魔力補給じゃ間に合わない。
Such a perpetual motion device was only as good as its ability to regulate its energy consumption. Using so many functions at once meant it was burning through fuel quickly and losing the ability to process the curses that powered it. It was using up all of the functions it had been given to achieve its aim. This was the pride of a tool. If such things could have an ego, those endowed with sentience could never hope to understand. A beast born to do nothing but run would burn any human who faced its resolve.
ほんと、もったいない。こういう無茶をするのは姉貴だけかと思ってたけど、いるところにはいるもんね。
I thought my sister was the only one capable of something this reckless, but I guess I was wrong. But Aoko did not intend a sacrifice play here. She respected her adversary now, and she was done regretting her choices. There was no time to waste.
行くわよ。ここできっかり。
Aoko had every intention of paying it back double for what it had done to her. The energy Aoko had accumulated exploded out of her right leg. She aimed for a single thing, a head-on attack. The enemy responded with a lethal curse that reached for her heart like a set of talons. Humming with power, it meant to rend Aoko's heart and burn itself out in the process. As soon as she saw it, Aoko kicked the floor as hard as she could. Her long hair swirled through the air as she flipped aside. This lateral move almost sent her tumbling to the ground, but a quick swing of her arm allowed her to regain her balance. A shot grazed her arm. The curse scorched her left shoulder. She did not flinch. Aoko knew she could hold on as long as she continued to avoid a direct Finn shot.
Snap!
Off balance and in pain, it took her half a second to recover. The moment she raised her head, she deflected the attack with a fist full of magical energy.
せーの!
If the puppet had a will of its own, its eyes would have popped right out of its sockets. It would have been floored, shocked at how strong will that allowed this girl to perform a series of moves like this. Aoko's response was instantaneous. While her power was not sufficient to completely redirect the arm's trajectory, it was just enough to deflect it harmlessly past her hair.
Initio eraberamos dum vidimus dolores sunt. Nemo adiuvat, nemo adiuvat, nemo adiuvat.
The chant became a curse that robbed Aoko of her vitality. Did it still have something left in the tank? Or was it actually indignant? Whatever the reason, Aoko was easily able to resist its weakened defensive maneuver. And her right leg, pulsed with magical energy, shot up into the puppet's chest from below. It was much lighter than Aoko anticipated, or rather, she felt little resistance. An automaton's weight was determined by its internals, the size of its power source. Ironically, it was the superiority of its music box engine that would prove to be its downfall.
Venite, venite, venite. Meum sepulchrum venite.
a stuttering curse. Having taken the full brunt of Aoko's kick, the puppet bounced from the ceiling to the floor, collapsing in a heap. Its internal construction had been warped by the impact, leaving the drum of the music box that powered the puppet warped as well.
恨むなら設計者を恨みなさい。ダイナモの一つでも積んでいれば、もうちょっとは重たくなったでしょうに。で、
Part of the ceiling came crashing down in front of Aoko, snapping her back to her
ところで
senses.
今、どうやってぶっ倒したんだろう。
She was so stunted by her own victory that she forgot the House of Mirrors that had already begun to collapse.
こっちのがやばかった。
There was no time to relish in her victory or pity her opponent, not unless she wanted to meet the same fate. As the situation stood, she found it hard to imagine getting out alive.
急げ、ダッシュだ私。
She clapped herself on the cheeks to motivate herself anew. This was her bounty for finishing their battle in a matter of seconds. Her breath ragged with excitement, Aoko ran for the exit. The collapse was intensifying by the second. Having lost its support pillars, the castle was buckling under its own weight.
この邪魔。
Escaping from the basement was proving to be no easy task. While she was taking the shortest route possible through the maze, she was nearly crushed by a falling piece of ceiling along the way. Was the second time, no, third, she had to deal with the fallen rubble along the way? She destroyed the debris on the stairs with magic bullets as she ran. The automaton's jamming had long since worn off. The earlier attack had damaged the vast majority of its functions. Aoko's breathing was heavy as she ran. Desperation sparked her brain into overdrive. The ceiling seemed to be collapsing in slow motion. Life seemed to flash before her eyes. Each second stretched into 5. Her frayed nerves made it hard to tell the time. Oh! There was debris riddled throughout the stairway, forcing her to crawl up it. She emerged from the destroyed basement into the collapsing first floor. That the plaza was still traversable at all was a miracle in itself, and fortunately for her, the crucial path to the exit was still intact.
よし、ついてる。
The corridor to the entrance was still intact. The basement maze only extended as far as the plaza, so the entrance corridor wouldn't collapse. Only the ceiling would cave in, leaving the scaffolding surrounding intact. She got herself this far by telling herself repeatedly that fate would decide whether or not she reached the plaza. Her gamble paid off. It was her lucky day. All she had to do was muster the last of her strength and keep moving forward until... She hesitated for a fraction of a second. Was it naivety or a sense of responsibility? She pushed aside the image that pounded into her head and continued running down the corridor.
言っとくけど、時間合わせの余裕はないわよ。そんな上等な作戦じゃないし、お互いできることをやったら最速で出口に向かいましょう。
That was 5 minutes ago. At the time, Soujuurou had nodded with trepidation. And Aoko had not bothered to ask herself why.
何様だっての私。今は走ることだけ考えろ。
This corridor was giving out too. If she were to look back, she was sure she would see the building collapsing in on her. She was also sure she had no time to waste doing so. Her luck was fading fast as the building's structural integrity. It was a small miracle that she had escaped serious injury up until this point, and she could not afford even the slightest slip-up. An ankle sprain, loss of balance, or even a sneeze would be fatal. A simple pat on the back was sure enough to end it. So naturally... There it was, clear as day. From the detritus of the stairway, death had arisen to take her down with it. A corpse that had crawled its way up from the depths of hell itself. It was still operational. And it was still armed with curses. It had crawled after her, watching as Aoko desperately tried to save herself. The puppet's arm shot forward. While Aoko did not turn to meet it, she could see its reflection in the mirrors.
E salvatio, e salvatio, e salvatio, e salvatio.
Extend, extend, extend. This time, she could not dodge it. There was absolutely nothing she could do. The puppet, with her face, sang.
Venit domum meum. Lut simile somnium.
I invite you to die a muddy death.
Et pulvere simile quotidianum.
Become as whispering dust.
Cor prego.
Gouge out your heart.
Te judico.
Death be upon you. For a moment, she could not believe her eyes. It was the last thing she'd expected to see.
しつこいぞ、お前。
A fierce expression adorned the face of the boy who had been waiting in the plaza as he smashed the puppet's outstretched arm. Anger really did not suit him at all. His weapon of choice was a fire extinguisher. He must have searched the maze for something to use as a weapon. No, never mind that. It was too crazy to contemplate, but had he stayed behind for her?
Shizuki-kun!
Aoko stopped the feet she had sworn would never stop moving and extended a hand outwards towards him.
そんなのほっといていいから早く
Soujuurou tossed the fire extinguisher aside and took off running. Pieces of the ceiling continued to collapse like dominoes. They kept moving with dust and dirt following in their wake. Their shadows raced through the collapsing corridor with all their strength. The castle was in the throes of death. With a massive crash and a cloud of dust, the final chapter of the fairy tale that had been Kitsyland came to an abrupt end. This duel to the death was over. For a moment, amidst their swirling emotions, any past enmity was forgotten. The two collapsed on the lawn and basked in the strange solidarity. The ringing in their ears subsided before long. A tremor of such magnitude seemed impossible in an amusement park like this. As the sounds of destruction echoed across the park, Aoko addressed the individual at her side.
ねえ、生きてる？
うん。
While the click of her tongue was adorable, the meaning behind it was anything but.
青崎、あいつどうなった？
見ての通りよ。今頃バラバラ死体になってるんじゃない？
Soujuurou sighed, not wholly relieved by her frank response. His reason?
でも、そんな心配より自分の心配をした方がいいと思うわよ、しずきくん。
He wasn't out of the woods yet, after all.
青崎、子供の頃はいじめっ子だっただろ。
可逆趣味はないって自負してるけど。それで、今の自分の立場、わかってる？
She sat up and smiled. Soujuurou hung his head in shame, wondering why her kind tone and expression were so chilling.
面目次第もございません。
かしこまってもダメよ。あの提案には大前提があったわよね。これは取引だって。
わかってる。だから面目ないって言ってるだろ。
Soujuurou made a show of avoiding her eyes, like a pouting child. Aoko was taken back by this sulky display. Perhaps he was angry at himself rather than her. He was not mad because she would not let him go. He was mad that he had not done his part. Aoko sighed for what seemed like the millionth time that day. She could not figure out what surprised her more, his unconditional kindness or her naive approval of it.
じゃあ、覚悟はできてるの？
そんなのはできないけど、約束だからな。結局は何もしていないし。
It was certainly the case that he failed to do any of these things she had expected of him. But just then, she glanced back at the collapsed House of Mirrors. What had he done after failing so spectacularly? He had searched for the extinguisher so he could use it as a weapon, and waited patiently in the plaza as the maze collapsed all around him, just because he thought it was wrong to leave her behind. It was a foolish choice, and the exact opposite of her choice to run towards the exit without hesitation.
ま、それでよしとするか。
She was satisfied, even as she was shocked at how naive she was being. It was true that he had saved her. She smiled inwardly, admiring, if only for a moment, that the bravery he continued to show in the face of such extreme circumstances.
役割は果たさなかったけど、アフターケアは合格だし、約束は守らなくちゃね。
With a nod, she pulled herself to her feet.
約束は、いつか守ってもらうとして。
The girl tried to keep a straight face as she offered a hand to the boy still lying on the
結
ground.
果はどうあれ手助けしてもらったし、特別サービスってことで、今夜はもう手を出さないであげる。
She bashfully averted her gaze. Though her profile appeared different than it had in the past, it was clearly still the face of the vibrant girl he met on that first day he arrived at the town.
何を？
As if she had felt his eyes on her, she shot him a frowning glare.
いや、突拍子もないけど、青崎は律儀だなって。
He took her outstretched hand, feeling his weight as she pulled him up. She could not help but think that he was about the last person she wanted to hear that from.
ところで、今夜はって言うけど、明日からは？
さあ、その時になったら考えるわ。
She shrugged her shoulders as if she was not sure herself. The response was so unlike her that it made Soujuurou smile. Was it the solidarity of having escaped death together, or their fleeting camaraderie that made him do so? It might have been for this night only, but the air between them was kind and gentle. A lot had transpired, but the midwinter nightmare had come to an end. The pair had overcome many trials and tribulations, and could now leave the Mirror Realm in their wake. But before that...
随分と身勝手ね。それはあなた一人で決めていいことだったかしら、青子。
It was the voice of a beautiful songbird and a merciless machine, all rolled into one.
アリス。
Her voice quivered as she spoke her name. The lady in black made her presence known. The night was not yet over. Her name was Alice Kuonji. She was a witch whose name struck fear into the heart of Aoko, an avatar of the night who would allow no witnesses. That's the end of chapter 5, Adventure at the House of Mirrors. Yo, I think that's a perfect place to end it. The fucking cliffhanger. Alice said, "You think we're done here?" Oh, shit. So it's chapter 5, part A, Night of Witches 1. Chapter 5, part B is Night of Witches 2. Chapter 2 next stream. Chapter 5, part 2 next stream. And it'll probably be tomorrow morning. Like we're nearing the end of March. It's March 26th right now, and the FGO devs have said the Witch on the Holy Night collab is happening at the end of March, and so like it should be like within a week. It should be starting very, very soon, probably like early next week. Because Wednesday I think is April 1st, right? So Tuesday is the last day of March. And so it'll probably be happening like on Tuesday, I would think, or this weekend, one or the other. The event starts on the 30th. Okay. So what, Monday then? Is that Monday? So obviously, I don't think I'm going to finish Witch on the Holy Night before the event starts, but we're going to try to finish it, like, next week, probably. Because we're on there's 13 chapters, and we're, like, almost halfway through the game, as it seems. So we're, like, what, 40% through, maybe? So, I'll try to stream tomorrow, and we'll get through maybe Chapter 5 Part B. You said that one's like 3 hours, so maybe we'll do Chapter 5 Part B and Chapter 6, perhaps? Depending, I'll look at how long they are, and I'll formulate a plan. I haven't looked that far ahead yet, but I'm trying to do a couple chapters a stream for sure. That should be like about the end of the first movie? Okay. All right, but yeah, that's going to do it for the stream. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. If you're watching on YouTube, leave a big fat thumbs up. Chat, say bye, YouTube. You can leave the comment. What should the comment be? You can leave the comment, dolls scare me. Both in reference to Alice, because she's very doll-like, and also the automaton, the fucking doll in the maze. That shit was scary. So if you would like to leave a comment and you can't think of one, you can leave the comment, dolls scare me, and I will know exactly what you mean. Leave a like on the video, leave a comment down below. It helps out with engagement. I appreciate it. And yeah, let me know if you're enjoying Witch on the Holy Night so far. I definitely am. It's like my first Type Moon visual novel, like, it's crazy just to see the like how much more care is taken into the visuals for sure. I know people have mentioned that, like, part of the reason why FGO doesn't have like crazy visuals like that is probably because it's a mobile game and they have to make sure that the game isn't like an insane amount an insane size, I'm sure too, but the visuals and what they do in the background with the movement of the sprites, and there was one moment when the House of Mirrors started collapsing where in the middle of Aoko talking, like, one of the mirrors in the background broke and cracked, like, as she was talking, and I thought that was so cool. Like, just little things like that add to the immersion of the story. It's pretty cool. I enjoy it a lot. But yeah, you can definitely do part 2 in chapter 6. Yeah, okay, that's probably the plan for next stream then. I'll try to keep like every stream around like in between 4 to 6 hours, probably is like the plan until we finish it. But yeah, definitely, I'm not going to be streaming every day, but like every couple days is the plan. Definitely a couple streams a week until we finish it. And so we should finish it like sometime next week, and then we can actually get into the FGO collab story. I'm excited for that. But yeah, thanks so much for hanging, everybody. Love y'all. Like I said, YouTube VOD watchers, leave a like, leave a comment down below. Engagement helps out a lot. And yeah, I'll see y'all next stream. Bye-bye, everyone. Love y'all. I will catch you next time. Peace.